What's going on, guys? Tower number 9 here. We are back on the McClunky Gaming coverage of the Tabletop Gaming Center Planetary Qualifier in Connecticut. We believe the technical issues have been sorted, and I am joined here by Grumpy Elephant, who was on here streaming with me for a previous event and has jumped on to fill in while Josh is experiencing some internet problems. So big shout out to Grumpy Elephant for doing this on short notice. And Grumpy, how are you doing?
Hey Tower, I'm doing well. I will do my best Josh impression for you all, but hopefully we get him back just as soon as he's able. Excited to get to talk about Star Wars a little bit, perhaps for the last weekend before the game is fundamentally changed. I don't know if you all talked earlier about the upcoming uh, potential ban announcement on Monday. There's a lot of speculation. Is it just going to be Force Throw? Is it going to be Force Throw plus other things? But it seems like these PQ players are potentially giving Force Throw one last run for its money before we all go back to the drawing board and see what comes out on top.
Yeah, I mean, I we had discussed it a little bit earlier, Grumpy, and I think that Force Throw is a card that hasn't seen the same level of dominance as we saw with some of the previous things where Boba decks or Django decks were just like everywhere and winning everything. Not everything, but like I think Boba Fett Spark of Rebellion had a like was winning more than half of events at one point.
Oh,
um
certainly. And there was, of course, the infamous, I believe it was all eight Boba top eight of a tournament in, I
that was
think,
that
three.
was in set one. That was people weren't He was okay in set one, kind of. It was set two where things got really
Yeah.
crazy, but anyway, Forest Throw hasn't been setting up decks on that same level. But it is super warping. Other decks are being built around it. People are playing decks with a bunch of low cost things to try to counter it and so on. And it has created an environment that is very skewed around this card, even if that isn't in some super dominant build. So I think a fair few people do want it removed, while others are saying, the meta is pretty diverse anyway. I don't think it needs to go. It's interesting.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with your assessment of power level. And I think an interesting point to add is that Fantasy Flight released an article this week talking about their theory of game design and how they want games to play out. And what they emphasized was they're starting to turn the ship away from so-called hard removal, events that you play from your hand, right, that can remove an opponent's unit on their own, and they're turning in favor of unit-based removal, things like the new Anakin unit that can give up to 2 units -3/-3, things like the Luke unit from set 1 that can remove a unit. And when we think about Force Throw, yes, it has these extra costs added onto it. Have a Force unit, potentially discard a card from your own hand. But as the Force unit requirement became almost trivial to meet, Force Throw became a card that was essentially one resource, discard a card from your hand, defeat target unit, right? You could defeat an opponent's leader by discarding something like a Han Solo. You could defeat something with, an Avenger by discarding something like a Crate Dragon. And so it felt like the combination of the changes to the game in terms of force units becoming more popular and this sort of more explicit approach by FFG to turn away from hard removal is potentially enough of a sort of combo for them to take action and take it out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, it is quite reminiscent of Triple Dark Raid, which was when it released was a card that was very powerful but also very inconsistent. And once the Jump to Lightspeed set arrived, and we saw far more vehicle units in the game, it suddenly became a card that was not inconsistent at all and much more powerful than when it was first released. For Force Throw, I think it has been similar, especially since we've seen both the increased popularity of the Force and also just the very strong new Force units, especially early game Force units that Legends of the Force brought to the table. And it'll be interesting to see where things end up. It is also possible that they're not banning Force Throw, and the community is kind of creating a self-reinforcing narrative on that one. but we'll have to see what exactly ends up happening on Monday when they do the meta stream.
Yeah, I think your triple dark raid analogy is apt there, right? It's very difficult in an evolving card game to print a card with conditions and then make sure that those conditions remain as difficult to meet as the game evolved. And I think you're also right, right? It could be a red herring or a clever ruse. We could wake up on Monday and learn that Admiral Trench Leader has been banned because of the prolonged game states that he encourages, right? Who knows? FFG is keeping this one close to their vest, and I think we'll all tune in Monday, excited to learn what
Yeah,
the future of the game's going to look like.
that is a funny point. You know, I know in Magic the Gathering there is at least one card that is banned because it makes games take way too long.
Mm.
Like, as far as I know, there's no other reason. It's not like an unbalanced card. It's just like ridiculous to have this card in the game
Hmm,
for
hmm.
reasons of time. That card is Scheherazade, which infamously requires you to take all the cards that are currently in play and set them aside, and then take the
Oh,
cards
yeah,
in your deck and play a sub game with only the
yeah,
cards left in your deck, and then like the loser of that game loses half their life or something.
incredible, right? A brief 30-minute detour for stakes that are actually relatively small. It was truly a wild
Yeah,
card. Um,
yeah.
can imagine we'll
One of the craziest cards, really interesting, but you know, essentially not feasible in a tournament environment because of time constraints.
absolutely, absolutely.
Well, it looks like the on the crowd cam here, it does look like the players are moving about, and I think that means that we are paired, and we're going to be moving into that third round of Swiss play shortly. We saw a very strong victory from a Kylo Tarkentown deck in our previous round, and Force Throw was definitely on display there. But although I think it was really Miggs Mayfeld that was the dominant factor in at least in the second game that we saw there.
Yeah,
Um,
Tarkentown, right there being a key card that another set of folks in our community might be happy to see bite the dust. That combination with Miggs Mayfield, being able to remove an opponent's turn one play just by discarding using Kylo's ability plus Tarkentown, but also Force Throw, a powerful turn one play in Kylo Tarkentown, combined with Witch of the Mist and Witch of the Mist, Force Throw, and Tarkentown. So really, red and Kylo's ability operating to make those incredibly powerful turn one plays.
yeah, it's some strong interactions. I do think that yeah, Tarkentown's a powerful base. On the other hand, Tarkentown is also perceived as a counter to the perceived most powerful deck of Hantu Blue. Is Hantu Blue actually the most powerful deck? I don't know. I think Quinlan's been putting up better results recently. I think there are definitely some counters available, but that is
And of
one
course,
factor that.
if
Sorry, go
we
ahead.
take out Force Throw, does Hantu Blue suffer? Does Quinlan suffer? Right? Force
Yeah,
Throw may be the sort of keystone on which many of these strong decks rely. And so we might see a significant shakeup.
yeah, it could be interesting, but the you know we will find out what they're going to do there on Monday. For now, it looks like we're going to have a match between McClunky gaming player Pasquale here on the left side using a Yoda. It is a Yoda Red Force build. And he's playing against the jump to light speed Boba Fett pilot Boba with a data vault here. Should be pretty interesting to see what happens as we move into the third round of Swiss play. Pasquale has been playing Yoda for quite some time here, I believe, and we'll see how he does in this matchup against Boba Data Vault. Boba Data Vault's interesting because it is kind of an aggro deck, but does not have a leader that deploys really quickly like some of the other aggro decks do.
Yeah, Tower, both of these decks actually operate on a potentially similar axis in that they're trying to get additional damage for free. Yoda relying on the Yoda leader ability and the ability to stack your deck combined with draw to get off triggers from the new Legends of the Forced Ray card to deal 2 damage to a base, 2 damage to a unit. On the other hand, Boba, much easier condition to meet. Anytime that Ben deals non combat damage, he'll be able to exhaust his Boba Fett leader, deal one indirect damage to Pasquale, and then, of course, trying to rack some damage up onto Pasquale's 28 HP base to finish him off with potentially a powerful leader flip onto a pilot. So the question for Pasquale is going to be one, can he get some restore and some high toughness units early so that he can keep his life total low as Ben tries to rack up the damage? And then two, does he have an answer for Boba Fett pilot onto something like a Ruthless Raider or a Fett's Fire Spray, right? If he doesn't, I'm thinking of cards like Rival's Fall, potentially a Self Force Throw, that would be able to cleanly answer the Boba Fett pilot flip on 6. If he doesn't have that, or if he doesn't have something like an Entrenched to stop that Boba Fett leader from attacking his base, he's going to start taking, 8 to 10 damage a swing, and that 28 HP is going to go by very well. So I think,
I
as you suggested, we're going to see Pasquale take a more defensive role in this matchup.
I do see a at least a soft counter to Pilot Boba, and that is a disabling Fang Fighter. Doesn't deal with the ship that Boba could deploy onto, and you do still get that flip damage, but could be used to defeat the pilot upgrade, which is very relevant here. And it is worth
Absolutely.
noting also, Pasquale is, I believe, the defending champion at this store, having won their PQ in the previous set using his Ray Data Vault build.
That's got to give him some fire for sure going into this match. And speaking of disabling Fang Fighter, Boba Fett is one of those leaders where the action of flipping itself gives you significant value. You can deal 4 damage, distribute as you'd like across your opponent's units, essentially a mini overwhelming barrage. And so, while disabling Fang Fighter would save Pasquale that 4 damage that would come in from the Boba attack, unlike some of the other pilot leaders, Ben can probably still feel like he got some value out of his leader, even if it gets removed immediately upon flipping.
Yeah, that's a very relevant factor, and that damage from Boba can really be quite important. I've frequently seen people flip Boba onto ships that are already exhausted and give up the bonus damage from having their leader swing in order to get that damage spread across units. But we are moving into that first turn now. It looks like an Adi Gallia from Pasquale and a TIE Bomber on Ben's side of the board.
And if I'm Pasquale, I'm almost certainly looking to see a Yaddle instead of an Adigalia there for my turn 1 just to get that restore on board. But still, the 4 health that the Adigalia brings may provide a useful place for Pasquale to soak up some of the indirect damage that's almost sure to be coming his way, starting now with this 3 from the TIE Bomber attack.
Yeah, and Boba's ability being used there, of course, to add an additional indirect damage. Looks like Pasquale is going to opt to put the 2 damage on Adigalia and the remaining 2 on the base, leaving her with 2 HP remaining. That's a good tactic against a potential IG 2000. Now we see an Owen Lars being played. There's some restore on the field.
Yeah, one thing that players I think often do against Boba is assume it's safe
Oh,
to put
Ben takes the
damage
initiative.
all of the damage they put on their base until later in the game, thinking I've got room to play. And Boba has the opportunity to end games very quickly. So I like what Pasquale is doing here, saying, even though I'm at 0 to begin with, I am going to put 2 on my Adigalia because I am prioritizing keeping my base health low.
Yeah, it looks like a very odd turn. Pasquale only spent one of his resources to bring out that Owen Lars, but he did better than Ben, who wasn't able to spend a single resource that turn. Both players not getting max value, and it looks like leaving 2 HP on that Addy Gallia was prudent because here comes that IG 2000.
Yeah. Ben wanting to see something like a resupply, potentially a super laser technician to start ramping towards that Boba flip turn. Pasquale obviously looking for something more powerful than just an Owen Lars. But given that Ben played nothing, can nonetheless feel good about that 3 resource turn.
Boba's ability was used there when the IG 2000 was played, and additional damage put on Owen Lars. Both of these units now on 1 HP. Owen swings and restores the base. TIE Bomber swings and Pasquale puts all 3 on the base. We then see a Yoda played, and Pasquale resolves a force throw targeting his opponent. Ben discards one of those dark probe droids, and 2 damage, is then put on the TIE Bomber.
If you're Pasquale here, you can't be mad about now going into the 5 resource turn. Your opponent hasn't ramped. You have 4 restore on the board. You have 4 power on the board. Your opponent has 1 more damage on base than you, although they have 33 to your 28. Right? It seems like Ben is perhaps having a slower start than these Boba decks sometimes can offer.
Yeah, Pasquale is ahead. Ben trying to get rid of some of that restore with a an open fire played, defeating Yoda. That does also remove a potential soak for more indirect damage. Pasquale then does get to draw a card from the when defeated effect. Owen Lars swinging here to heal 2 damage from Pasquale's base. IG 2000 swings to put 3 damage back on the base. What will Pasquale do next here? Looks like it's going to be a Night Sister Warrior. Tie Bomber goes ahead and swings. I was wondering if Pasquale was going to put that damage on the Night Sister Warrior and just immediately kill it and draw a card, but it looks like he's going to throw that damage on base instead. 1 damage on the Night Sister Warrior, though.
Yeah, and Pasquale here likely trying to dig for a ray. I wonder if it would have been worth giving up the restore 2 on the Owen Lars for the chance to dig a little bit deeper, because it seems like he's struggling to deal with space. And of course, as soon as I say that, he's got an open fire to take out the IG 2000. So Pasquale really doing a nice job of keeping Ben off of anything too threatening, while still presenting some chip damage and restore himself.
Yeah, I think they may have missed an Addy Gallia trigger here. Chat was saying, yeah, chat agrees with me there. I think there was an open fire played by Ben, and that should have been 1 damage to base, but that might have been missed. And we are moving on to. Oh, okay. So they're pointing that out now. There's Adigalia up to 7 damage. It looks like we have 6 resources, for I think both players here. Neither of these players have ramped, and that means it may be time for Boba to see some play. Let's see if Pasquale has kept that disabling Fang Fighter. Boba shows up and wipes the board. Owen Lars is going to get to search here.
Yeah, looking for a ray, and the 2 damage from the ray would bring the tie bomber to 4. He doesn't find it, but if the ray trigger would have brought the tie bomber to 4, the disabling fang fighter to remove the boba leader and then kill the tie bomber due to damage. Instead, he just
He
finds he
should
can't
also get
remove
a
the.
card draw here from his Night Sister Warrior. I think that might have been missed, or maybe he resolved it before resolving Owen Lars. Not sure. There is the Fang Fighter though, and Boba leader is defeated. But a Ruthless Raider then clears the Fang Fighter in turn, dealing 2 damage to the base as well. And Yaddle. Is there a forced throw or something to use that last resource? Hmm. Doesn't look like it.
So
Moving into this
Pasquale
next turn.
has now dealt with Ben's largest source of damage, right? That Boba pilot leader. There is a Ruthless Raider on the board. That 4/6 stat line hard to defeat because it dodges both takedown and fell the dragon. That said, Pasquale's now at 7 resources, so if he can find a way to use Yoda's flip ability to remove that Ruthless Raider, he'll have a powerful leader on the board. And of course, that open fire now giving him the opportunity to use Yoda's leader side ability to stack his deck with something like a Luke on top, or just play the Luke from hand to remove the Ruthless Raider, right? Pasquale quickly looking like he's taking firm control of this game going into the end game.
Yeah, Yaddle was removed. Looks like a forced choke is going to defeat that Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight, but it does give Pasquale yet another card draw. Hasn't seen a Ray yet, but he finds a forced throw there, I believe, with his Yoda trigger. And he is able to manipulate the top card of the deck, make sure that it does not cost 1, flips Yoda, discards a copy of Chirrut, and kills the TIE Bomber. So now the board is wiped, and Yoda can start swinging, doing some damage, and doing some restore, unless Ben has some counter, and I don't think he does, at least not this turn.
No, I don't think there's anything in red green villain short of an overwhelming barrage onto something like a Devastator already on the field that's going to be able to take care of that 9 health from the Yoda leader.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tricky one for Ben here. I think he has managed to do a fair amount of damage, but Pasquale has some restore going with Yoda and potentially has quite a bit more restore in his deck as well. TIE Bomber answered by Mace Windu, Force token used there. Ben then plays, I think it's the one that damages based on cards in hand, throwing 2 damage on Mace Windu.
I forget
Yoda
the name of
swings
the ship,
away.
but that's the one that does indirect damage based on the number of vehicles or space units you control.
Oh, yeah,
The
okay.
Rebellious
I had it mixed
Hammerhead
up.
Rebellious Hammer. This is the Dornian gunship. The Rebellious Hammerhead
Right.
being a card that damages based on cards in hand. Very similar, both chunky space units that can deal damage when played.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's right. The rebellious hammerhead is not not a command card. Ooh, Emperor Palpatine. Okay, that's kind of exciting.
Yeah. It's the kind of card that Ben would like to see to get a foothold back in this game, hopefully following it up next turn with something like an overwhelming barrage. But we see Pasquale holding on to a crate dragon. He's got 4 restore on board still. Likely not going to be enough for Ben to claw back into this game.
Yeah, it's looking a little grim here for Ben. He has managed to do 15 damage to Pasquale's base, but that means there's 13 HP still left over. Looks like Owen Lars is going to crash into the Emperor. You might be wondering why he did that. I believe the answer is to find a ray. And there he finds it. 2 damage to the Emperor, 2 damage to the base. And Yoda still on the field as well. What do you think
Normally,
here,
the
base
Yoda
or
player
Palpatine?
Normally, the Yoda player likely would be upset about seeing their first ray on turn 8 of the game after 2 searches by Owen Lars, but it seems like both players perhaps had a less strong than average draw in this game, which can sometimes lead to the most interesting games of Star Wars Unlimited. Both players trying to outmaneuver their opponents not by playing the best of what their deck has to offer, but simply by playing the cards that their deck has chosen to give them in this particular game.
Yeah, and I do think that when the decks are not making very optimal plays, that does tend to be a condition that is favorable for the slower deck. So I think Pasquale's Yoda is probably happy with that. And it does look like there's the handshake. We're gonna have I believe, a win for Yoda, and we'll be moving on to the second game. We'll see whether or not Ben can do a little better here. Very tough to miss your turn 2 play.
Yeah. And telling that Ben was still able to get Pasquale into that mid-teen range. I forget if his peak damage was 15, 16, somewhere in there. Right? You add a powerful turn 2 play, something like that 4-2 droid missile platform that does 3 indirect damage on defeat. That's potentially a source of another 4, 7, 11 damage that might have been enough to get Ben over the edge, given that Pasquale's draw also did not seem particularly strong this game. So if you're Ben, can't help but feeling frustrated, but also sometimes the luck or lack thereof of the draw.
Yeah, and Space Modulator in chat saying no overwhelming barrages, no turn 2 play, no 4 cost fire spray, no ramp, all big misses for Boba
Yep.
4. Yeah. And, honestly, even though Pasquale didn't make maximum use of his resources on turn 2, just playing an Owen Lars is a lot better than playing nothing. And that restore 2 can mean a lot. Plus, that search is really good for a deck that is looking to find those copies of Ray.
Of course, we don't know how Ben has constructed his deck. We don't have his full 60, but this could be one of those times where having to play that additional 10 cards from Data Vault dilutes your deck enough that you get punished from time to time simply by not drawing the cards you need. Hopefully, it doesn't happen often, right? And we've seen players able to navigate Data Vault deck builds to have enough consistency to do well in tournaments. But nonetheless, those extra 10 cards will from time to time come back to bite you.
Okay. Let's see what happens here. Shuffling. It looks like he paused the shuffle there for a second.
Potentially having
Rethinking
shuffled his
sideboard?
sideboard into his main deck and having now to
Oh,
uh,
yeah.
make some adjustments.
Yeah, I think you might be right, or maybe he just saw some cards and was like, "Wait a minute, I wanted those out," or something. Not entirely sure. So he is making a few changes. One thing that I like to do is I like to do at least one pile shuffle um before a match and when doing after making changes, just so that I can use it as a way to count the number of cards in my deck and make sure that I have not accidentally left stuff in the sideboard or picked up too many cards or left, have too few cards and I need to go find one, something like that. It might sound a little silly, but stuff like that can help in terms of avoiding potential mistakes and penalties from playing an illegal deck.
I think that's incredibly wise, Tower. And the penalties in this game are not kind. The lowest authorized penalty for something like that is a game loss. And so you want to make sure going into drawing your opening hand, right, that you are presenting a legal deck for the game.
Yeah, going into an event, one of my goals for almost any event that I go to is I want to lose 0 games to stupid rules mistakes or
Mhm.
stuff that is within my control to avoid. So I don't want to lose any games to being late. I don't want to lose any games to penalties. I don't want to, have anything like that happen at all. Um, so they're shuffling the decks, and we'll see what happens here. Uh, Looks like we're going to be moving on to that second game. I think no more sideboard changes at this phase. Let's see how it goes.
I'm unclear based on the pacing of how things have proceeded. If this is both players' first hand, if either one of them has mulliganed and we're now in the second hand, doesn't matter for Pasquale. He's keeping this hand. We'll see what Ben chooses to do.
I think these were the first hands after
Okay.
sideboarding. It looks like
Yep.
yeah, it
Ben's
looks like
keeping
Ben's
the
taking a
hand.
mulligan. There is some criticism in chat of Ben's shuffling technique because it looks like some of the cards would be visible while shuffling this way. Yeah, you should not shuffle in a way that some of the cards could be visible. Just one of those things where, regardless of intent or what you're doing exactly, it's better to avoid even the appearance of doing something that could give unfair advantage. So, just something to consider.
Although
Of
I
course,
will note, we're not able to see the players' faces. A common strategy
yeah,
for folk shuffling is to look at the ceiling while they do so. So it's possible that while we can see the bottom of Ben's cards, he is looking in a complete other direction and not able to uh, get
yeah,
any of
yeah,
that.
absolutely true. So, and that is worth noting also. So, hopefully no witch hunts in the chat today.
Yes,
Okay,
I am
so
a.
now we're sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying I'm a classic ceiling looker for fear of being perceived as being able to see my own cards while shuffling.
Okay, I think we saw. Looks like Pasquale is reconsidering his resource choice here. Is that what's happening? I think that's what's happening here. May even be. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. You do technically. I believe that you do technically get to decide whether or not you're going to mulligan after the player with initiative decides. Many people do it simultaneously to speed things up, but there are some scenarios where it might actually influence your decision. Looks like Pasquale's keeping. Those are the resources, and it looks like a tie bomber from Ben Yaddle for Pasquale. Grumpy, I know in game one you were saying Yaddle would be a better start than Adi Gallia, and this time Pasquale is starting off that way.
And
Let's
here it
see
is.
how this goes.
But
Yeah.
Ben being able to take advantage of his turn two this time to remove that restore early. So stronger start for Pasquale, stronger answer from Ben. Both players Off to powerful beginnings.
Now take a look at that. Because Yaddle was cleared with that open fire, Yoda's ability is used, manipulates the top card of the deck, plays a You're My Only Hope into the daughter. This is a potential huge obstacle for Ben as long as Pasquale can keep getting the force token. The
Yeah,
daughter
the
is a
daughter
unit that allows you to heal when you take damage to your base, but it uses the force to do so. However, you can do so many times in a turn. And it looks like Pasquale is going to get that going soon, unless Ben has some answer. There's an IG 2000 P in the daughter, but the daughter has, I think, 5 or 6 HP, so that's not going to be enough.
The daughter, a more recent addition to decks like Pasquale's Yoda Red, but really shining here, right? That 6 health, making it very difficult for Boba to remove, and that triggered ability being able to use time and time again because Boba's going to struggle to deal with a high health unit on the ground, short of something like an overwhelming barrage or that Boba flip ability, which is still 1 turn away.
Yeah, now it does look like we're up to 3 damage on the daughter. I think some of the indirect damage may have been sent over in that direction, which does mean that Boba Flip could clear her. Although in this case, it looks like Craving Power is going to clear her. Pasquale did play a Conquered Dawn Interceptors on the previous turn, putting some defenses up in the space arena. However, that IG 2000 now buffed by Craving Power is going to be able to clear the Conquered Dawn Interceptors quite easily. Let's see how Pasquale responds.
Yeah,
Yoda
really
trigger.
needing to find something like a Fell the Dragon here to take care of that buffed up space unit. Um, Pasquale feeling like he's now on the back foot off of this much more explosive start from Ben. Despite being able to cheat out the daughter early, Ben has gone 2 drop into 3 cost play, into 4 drop ship, into 5 cost removal, making the most of his resources to both keep Pasquale's board clear and push damage to the base.
Yeah, and the IG 2000 does have Overwhelm, I believe. And so, with that buff, able to clear the Conquered Dawn Interceptors and do a bit of damage to base at the same time. Pasquale plays, ooh, Red Squadron X Wing reveals Ray. Ray is going to go ahead and deal 2 damage to the IG 2000, 2 damage to the base. 2 cards, 2 resources left for Pasquale. Does he have some way to make use of them?
Howard, I love this game so far. We mentioned last game that both players operating their decks under less than ideal circumstances. Now it seems like both players getting powerful plays online early. You're my only hope from Pasquale. A Ray trigger early to get that damage going. Strong removal from Ben. Powerful ships to push through damage to base. This is very much a game, I think, on the opposite side of the spectrum from what we saw in game one.
Yeah, the definitely both players swinging hard here. Should be pretty interesting. And we do see the I believe the humble itinerant sage 2/2 shielded. Boba Fett now flipping onto the board, clearing the X-wing, and I believe knocking the shield off of the secretive sage as well. That is one huge IG 2000. Does Pasquale have an answer this time? Last time we saw that disabling Fang Fighter force throw with the secretive sage, throws a copy of the daughter into the IG 2000, and that I guess is going to be enough damage to clear it out.
And there it is, that self force throw we were talking about, that 1 cost play able to deal with something potentially no other card in your deck can do at that moment in time. And now all of a sudden, despite Ben's really strong momentum, Pasquale seems like he's regaining control of this game. Yoda's going to come out next turn. Open Fire takes care of that IG 2000. Almost certainly that Yoda flip will deal with the TIE Bomber. I do believe Ben has a Devastator in hand, but that's going to be a turn after next, right? Ben's at 6 going to 7. He'll need 8 to drop that big ship. With Yoda, Pasquale's Yoda only at 8 HP on base, and Yoda leader about to start restoring 2 every turn. It seems like once again, Ben may not have been able to go fast enough to stop Pasquale from getting back in this game.
Yeah, there were some very strong plays from both players, but Pasquale does seem to be in the driver's seat right now. Ben swinging away with the tie bomber. Yoda flips. Sees a unit Yoda, defeats the TIE bomber as you expected. And yeah, now Pasquale's the only one with a unit on the board. Is that a droid missile
Ooh.
platform?
It's a droid missile platform that's not going to live to see the light of day with this Luke from Pasquale's hands.
Indirect damage put onto Yoda. Now, Ben plays another droid missile platform. He is developing some real threats there, but he is also now staring down a lot of restore and a lot of damage from Pasquale's side of the board.
Yep, and I see a Yoda unit in Pasquale's hand as well, which is threatening to add two more restore. At some point, it might just be too much for Ben, even with his Haymaker cards like Devastator and Emperor Palpatine.
It looks like a unit maul. The 7-6 ambush unit hits the field and trades with Luke immediately. That is going to prevent some of that restore as well as some of that damage, but that's a lot of resources spent by Ben to deal with just one unit. That Yoda still offering a lot of damage and a lot of restore, and Pasquale has a lot of resources left. I do feel that our Yoda player is in the driver's seat now.
I wonder if Ben was supposed to throw his maul into Yoda Leader there, right? Pasquale took that indirect damage, which left Yoda Leader with 6 HP. The maul would have survived, and then, depending on how the turn played out, threatened to trade with that Luke first action next turn. It seems like Ben now has lost control of the board and would need to take a couple of turns to wrestle that back, giving up your powerful unit, your only play for the turn with a trade, doesn't necessarily feel like the strong enough play there.
Redemption Medical Frigate from Pasquale heals the base for 4, absorbs the 4 damage swing from the droid missile platform, staying alive with 1 HP. Indirect damage, indirect damage goes through. Now, what's happening here? Did Yoda not swing?
Yeah, Pasquale chose to claim instead of getting that restore 2 from Yoda, potentially to drop something like a Crate Dragon, although it appears just to be able to get that 6 damage with Redemption. I guess putting now on the hat of the aggressor in this matchup.
Yeah, probably trying to turn the corner there, make sure he can swing with redemption before it potentially gets cleared. And it is indeed getting cleared. That is a devastator on the field from Ben, clearing redemption, throwing some damage onto Yoda, but Yoda is still alive, swings into base while restoring. And there is a Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight defeating the devastator. This is looking very bad for Ben.
Yeah, at this point, Pasquale has 12 power on the board, uh, a combined 6 base restore plus additional restore from Yaddle, giving what I believe are 2 Jedi Knights, both Yoda and Luke Skywalker, an additional restore. So Ben both facing lethal very soon, and Pasquale's base likely going down at a rapid pace.
Second Devastator here from Ben. It is going to go ahead and remove Yoda, also throwing a bunch of damage on to Yaddle. Yaddle swings, doing some damage and restoring. Mace Windu now on the field for Pasquale. He may have forgotten to exhaust the resources there. Not entirely sure what happened, but Force Token used to throw some damage onto Devastator. And then I think that's going to be it for the turn. Ben not in a happy spot here. It looks like 30 damage on his base. Pasquale's base has only 4 damage on it.
Yeah, something like a planetary bombardment here for 6 would be able to deal 13 indirect with that Boba Fett leader ability to take out the Luke and the Mace, leaving Ben alive for another action.
There's the
We're going to
bombardment.
see it here, right? It's his only option to stay alive in this game, but a quick attack from Yaddle is going to put Ben down to 1 HP and potentially force a claim. Or
Another
Luke
Luke
Skywalker
Skywalker.
to defeat that Devastator.
Yeah, I think Luke is also lethal in one attack. I
Yep.
don't think Ben has any plausible way to defeat Luke with the resources available. So I think takes the initiative, preemptively puts the damage there from Yaddle. How stylish would it be if Pasquale could somehow win with Ray? Ben flips those cards face up to see if there's some out. I guess there isn't one. I don't actually know if he even has any potential outs. Maybe he was just showing what he was going to find. Finds a resupply, one of the worst cards you could find at this time, and
Yeah,
something
chat
else that
pointed
doesn't
out
save him.
that Ben likely needed that resupply earlier in the game. Both players
Yeah.
with powerful plays this game, but Pasquale's plays were plays that functionally or literally cheated out resources. You're my only hope to get the daughter out on turn two. A self force throw to deal with an opposing leader unit using just one resources. Right? These are the kinds of powerful plays that not only really affect the board state in a significant way, but also let you save on resources, play more cards than your opponent, and ultimately get control of the game when your opponent is playing a 2 drop on turn one, a 3 drop on turn two. So well played by Pasquale there, beating that Boba Data Vault 2-0 to claim the victory in round three of the Tabletop Gaming Center PQ.
Yeah, one other interesting thing that we saw in chat was some discussion as to whether or not it would have been a better move to potentially have Boba Fett join the TIE bomber as a pilot instead of the IG-2000
Mm.
in that scenario, as that would have spread out the threat across multiple units rather than buffing the unit that was already buffed and kind of putting a lot of eggs in one basket. Um, Tough to say what's correct in expectation, but I think certainly with the way that it played out, with that quick answer available on the IG-2000, splitting things up might have ultimately been the better move.
I think it's fair to think through that. What Ben might have been thinking is, I'm going to create an incredibly powerful unit that has 5 health remaining and has that leader tag. The only thing my opponent can have that's going to answer this is a self force throw into a higher cost card. And Ben might have said, I'm going to make Pasquale have it. This is a choice that very talented players make all of the time. And when it pays off, it looks brilliant, right? I'm going to make my opponent have it, and they don't, so I win the game. I don't think we can judge a player's strategic thinking on those instances where their opponent does have it, because it can make even talented players, right, look like they suffer from blowouts when their opponent happens to have the single answer to the powerful play that they've designed, right? Hard to say again in hindsight. Ben didn't know the cards in Pasquale's hand. It might have been that that other play pattern would have led to the victory, but he made a strategic decision to present an incredibly tall threat. Pasquale just happened to have the answer.
Yeah, and looking at the meta analysis that's available here on stream, we're seeing a pretty diverse field. The most represented deck being Han Solo Blue Force with less than 10% of the overall field, and a fair mix of Force throw based decks. So we have Han, Quinlan, Kylo, Tarkin Town, Yoda. The Yoda red is a Force throw deck, even though it's not like super critical on it, but also quite a few non-force based decks in that meta as well.
Yeah, of the top 8 decks represented, 4 force throw decks, 4 non-force throw decks. Although interestingly, 2 of the non-force throw decks are both running aggression. Cad Bane Tarkintown, Boba Fett Data Vault, also running that powerful color suite aggression. It seems like as the sets go on, right, which color or which alignment is dominant changes from time to time. Early on, it was the powerful cunning cards that folks said these are warping the game, they're too strong. How the tables have turned, and now it seems to be that aggression being the dominant color players choosing to bring to these tournaments.
Now, Grumpy, there's one thing that I'm not seeing in this list of the most popular decks. Can you guess what it is?
Is it perhaps your favorite leader, Sabine?
You are correct, sir. Sabine Wren, not among one of the more played decks at this event, despite often being a popular choice. We do see some other kind of aggro builds. So like Vader Cunning, I think is an aggro deck. Boba Data Vault is, in my opinion, kind of like at least kind of an aggro deck, but Sabine not on there. And I would be shocked if there were zero Sabines at the event, but not the most commonly played at the very least.
Yeah, I think one complaint that Sabine players have had is that she got very few tools from this Legends of the Force set, right? Sometimes players will choose to play something like Yoda's lightsaber, that 3/1 upgrade for 2, in lieu of a dark saber, both able to add substantial power to Sabine, but Yoda's lightsaber allowing Sabine to deploy a second 2-drop on that 4 resource turn. But at the same time, Darth Vader from Jump to Lightspeed got very few cards from Legends of the Force, arguably just a new 1-cost villainy ship to build out that 1-cost fleet that Vader's trying to play 2 of on the first turn of the game. And so the mere fact that Sabine doesn't have new cards doesn't render her unplayable. She's still incredibly powerful, can be very consistent, but I think it's a testament to how powerful these other decks have become. Things like Self Force Throw, able to wrestle control of the board away from Sabine early. Things like Han Solo, being able to cheat out strong units like Ogdo Bogdo to even threaten a race against Sabine. Certainly, the traditional version of Sabine, Sabine ECL, might be in a tough spot with just how powerful these other decks in the meta have become.
Yeah, very it is a very interesting situation to see how things are going to develop over time. I think some of those space-based aggro decks are trying to sort of exploit the situation with force bases being 28 HP and also skewing you so heavily towards the ground arena.
Mhm.
Um, and that I think is a big reason to choose a deck like the Pilot Vader, where you're essentially playing almost entirely in space, and you can say, "Whatever, man. My opponent has Chirrut. Okay, well, I'm not. I don't have any ground units, so who cares?"
And we've seen players try and explore other pilot leaders, right? We've seen a Oddhan Tarkentown take down a PQ recently. We've seen folks experiment with different colors of Kazuda. I know a deck that you love to sleeve up, Sabine Yellow, has the opportunity to go primarily space. And right, despite all of these potential space leader options to dodge those powerful ground plays, to fly over those turrets, time and time again, it seems like in this meta, players coming back to the reliable Boba Pilot leader, the reliable Darth Vader leader as their space fleets of choice.
Yeah, I am a big Sabine Yellow fan, but I do think some of those some of the stuff that Sabine has, even if you have a deck that's built with a lot of space stuff, Sabine is still flipping into the ground arena. And even if all your other plays are space, Chirrut's still going to slow down at least your leader. And maybe you can give her Saboteur or something and get around it. I have some plays that I can make in that sort of situation, but still an obstacle. Whereas if you are going for a more pure space composition, some of these kind of villain pilot leaders have seemingly been more effective in that role.
However, I'm looking here at the full list of deck lists from this event. Sabine is present at this tournament. A total of 2 players, representing 2% of the overall field, have sleeved up Sabine Energy Conversion Lab. 1 player has chosen to sleeve up Sabine Data Vault, a green Sabine variant that seeks to take advantage of a slightly higher HP pool, giving up those powerful ECL plays to burn their opponents potentially over a slightly longer clock. And then 1 player has chosen to sleeve up Sabine Yellow, not Sabine Yellow 30, but
Is
Sabine
it Nabat
Nabat.
Village?
Yes, this is a,
Yeah.
a build that has taken the community a little bit by storm. I don't know if it's put up any tournament wins yet, but it seeks to take
Someone won a
advantage.
PQ with it.
Well, there you go. It seeks to take advantage of Babu Freak, the new 1/1 cost unit that lets your droids attack using their toughness and not their power to deal damage, which means that in combination with something like a 1/4 R2D2 for 1, you're swinging in for 4 damage at a time from just a 1-drop play. Nabat Village giving you the consistency you need to see Babu Freak plus a droid more often to have that incredibly explosive opener and push damage quickly.
Yeah, it is an interesting situation there with the Babu Frick composition. I'm not a huge fan of Babu Frick. I have done some testing. I have not been thrilled, but I was not on Nabat Village, and maybe that is a important part of assembling the combination there with those 1-4 droids. So, maybe some more testing is needed. It did win a PQ, and maybe it'll win this one as well. We'll have to see how things go.
Well, I think if it wins this one, you become obligated to at least get a few games under your belt with Nabat Village. But Nabat Village being another one of those rare bases that folks can forget are in the game. Things like Nabat Village, things like Thermal Oscillator, right? Things that were fun to brew around with when they first were released, but never really found their moment. As we get more cards in the game, more powerful combos, it's possible that decks like these, which seek to increase the consistency of your draws, will see more and more play.
Yeah, we'll see how this pans out. I think earlier there was even some discussion of maybe playing the thermal oscillator in some builds. Um, Thermal oscillator is kind of the reverse data vault, where instead of having more base HP, but having to run more cards, you get fewer base HP, but you get to run fewer cards.
Yeah, folks talking about that in particular with the win defeated Thrawn leader, new cards like the red 3/1 from the Hoth set that win defeated allows you to have opponent discard a card, doubling that with Thrawn to discard two cards essentially gives you a pillage on a stick that only costs three, and Thermal Oscillator then giving you the chance to draw into your powerful win defeated effects with a little bit more consistency. So I think it's one to keep an eye on, certainly, as the game continues to expand its card pool.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see how things fare also when the card pool contracts. We have one more set coming out for the first block of 6 sets. And then once set 7 releases, sets 1, 2, 3 through 3 will be rotating out. And it will be pretty interesting, I think, to see how things look after that happens.
Yeah, rotation threatening to take out many of the cards that people would like to see banned anyway. Those rare bases, ECL and Tarkin Town, right? Force Throw, if it doesn't see a ban on Monday, is not going to be long for this world anyway. Powerful removal like Power of the Dark Side and Overwhelming Barrage, not going to survive rotation unless Fantasy Flight chooses to reprint. So I do think we're looking potentially at a whole new game in just a matter of months.
Yeah.
And with
We'll be excited to see, I think, how things do evolve. But tough to say. We haven't seen all of set 6 yet. Set 7 is going to bring in its own stuff, and we don't know how many things are being reprinted. But one way or another, I think it's going to be a big shift.
I agree. And with that, folks, we are going to take a bit of a break. This is Grumpy Elephant and Tower Number 9 with McClunky Gaming, streaming the PQ at Tabletop Gaming Center. We were with you now for Swiss Round 3, and we will be back shortly for Round 4 of this PQ tournament.
Thanks for watching, guys.
Welcome back, folks, to round four of Swiss at the Tabletop Gaming Center Planetary Qualifier. I am Grumpy Elephant with McClunky Gaming, joined by Tower number nine to present you commentary for this Swiss round four. Tower, how's it going?
Oh, it's going well, Grumpy. We have a exciting event going on here at Tabletop Gaming Center in Connecticut. Big, sh- big shout out to the McClunky Gaming players who are playing in the event, and of course to Tim and Claire for making this stream possible. Looks like Bobby Sapphire, the famed KTOD player, is going to be on the left side here with a Cad Bane Tarkentown build, playing against Spanish Alex from the McClunky Gaming team, running Boba Fett Data Vault.
Yeah, Boba Fett Data Vault not able to take the win in Swiss round three over McClunky Gaming's Pasquale's Yoda Red. But here we have Boba Data Vault facing another aggression deck, but this time no force throw on either side. Spanish Alex again likely pursuing that burn strategy, ships in space with indirect damage combined with a powerful leader pilot flip to push 25 damage as quickly as possible. Bobby Sapphire, I believe, playing the more aggressive version of Cad Bane Tarkentown, filled with one drops to potentially play two cards as early as turn one, still backed up by that powerful Tarkentown base ability to clear his opponent's turn one play and have two units to start pushing damage on the ground. So the question will be, can Bobby Sapphire push 33 damage to Spanish Alex's base quickly enough before Spanish Alex is able to leverage his powerful pilot leader flip and just incremental chip damage to get Bobby Sapphire's base just to 25?
Yeah, it should be an interesting match. The one drop approach can also be an effective way to play against Quinlan opponents. Quinlan been a pretty popular and successful deck in this recent set, and a lot of Quinlan decks are not running one drop units. So running one drops of your own allows you to get around that ping where they have to match costs.
It also plays, I think, very interestingly into the sort of pass game that decks like Cat and Quinlan like to do. Oftentimes, opponents of these decks will pass their first action to force their opponent to play first. But if you pass into Bobby Sapphire's version of this Cad Tarkin deck, he'll play a one drop, right? So now he has something on the board, essentially forcing you to play something. If you pass again, he'll claim and he'll have some board presence to your nothing. But if you play something, he'll play a second one drop with that Underworld tag, ping your play, and use Turkentown, leaving him with a 2 unit advantage. So this presence of one drops all of a sudden gives Cad Tarkentown a lot of flexibility in how to navigate the first turn of the game.
Yeah, it's a very good point, Grumpy. Having the ability to play a card, and then if your opponent plays something, still have a unit to play to hit them with that Cad Bane ping can be very strong. Looks like the players are shuffling on up, and we should be getting started soon. Spanish Alex versus Bobby Sapphire. Now, looking at Alex's hand, I see Forced Choke. I see the Super Laser Technician. Looks like a disabling Fang Fighter here. I haven't. I'm not sure if he has. I'm not sure if he has an opening play. What does he have? Well, I mean, I guess he has Forced Choke.
Kylo's Tie Silencer, I believe, is in his hand to present a two
Okay.
drop.
Yeah, that should be. I mean, it will likely get pinged off, but it is probably better than nothing. Bobby Sapphire brings us out with a Greedo, and then it does look like Spanish Alex is going to play not the Kylo's Tie Silencer, but an Allegiant General Pride. It then gets pinged here. Initiative taken, Tarkentown used to clear Pride. You kind of have to do that because that Allegiant General Pride is a big problem if it survives to have initiative. But Bobby Sapphire executing the exact play pattern we were just discussing. And
Yeah,
now
really
2 units on the board to Spanish Alex's 0 moving into that second round.
showcasing the power of this more aggressive build. Spanish Alex playing the super laser technician, I think recognizing that, well, my opponent now has two units with one toughness on the board. If I can get to my Boba pilot flip and be able to spread four indirect damage, four damage around to my opponent's units, potentially backed up by something like an overwhelming barrage, it doesn't matter whether I'm at 10, 12, 15, or 20 damage. I'll be able to keep the board clear for the rest of the game. So likely Spanish Alex going to lean hard into this strategy of ramping quickly to try and regain board control after losing it in turn one of the game.
Now, this super laser technician could very possibly be pinged off here if Bobby Sapphire has another underworld unit to play. One card I'd really want to be seeing on Spanish Alex's side of this game is, of course, the IG 2000, which in this situation could actually remove both of these units while also presenting a decent threat in the space arena for future turns.
Both a decent threat and a ship for Boba Pilot to hop onto and start dealing 7 damage a turn to Bobby Sapphire's 25 HP base.
Good point. The Nile Marauder hits the field that is an underworld card, and it's going to ping away the super laser tech, which of course becomes a readied resource here for Spanish Alex. But it's not looking amazing in terms of the board state here. Alex with 5 damage on his base already, and Bobby Sapphire having 3 units on the board to Alex's 0.
Yeah, that Nihil Marauder probably one of Bobby Sapphire's stronger plays, both offering 5 toughness to potentially soak up some indirect damage and being able to hit for 4 power as just a 3 drop. Means we're going to see Spanish Alex's life total dwindle a little bit more quickly than it would otherwise. Spanish Alex leaning into this ramp strategy, trying to get to Boba as quickly as possible.
Yeah, we do see a super laser technician here. I was wondering if we were going to see the forced choke that we saw in the hand earlier being played on this Nile Marauder. But if that does end up being what Spanish Alex is doing, it's not going to be the first action that he takes. So that
No,
Marauder is going to swing, it looks like. Oh, maybe not. Bobby Sapphire rethinks it, ends up swinging with Greedo instead. Kylo's tie. Okay.
yeah, I would guess that the Force Choke probably got resourced with Spanish Alex facing down two one toughness units that both cost one. Doesn't feel good to let your opponent draw a card and spend two resources to defeat something small like that. Although now that Spanish Alex has seen this Nile Marauder, potentially wishes that he kept onto it.
Yeah, not a really exciting turn here for Spanish Alex. Bobby Sapphire continuing to push a lot of damage. Still hasn't even spent any of his resources yet, and now I think we're going to see those resources get used. Let's see what Bobby Sapphire is going to do with them. First resource going to be a copy of McClunky. Looks like bouncing the 2-1 there to clear Kylo's tie silencer, and then Mist Hunter with the Cad Bane ping. Super Laser Technician becoming another readied resource, and once again, Spanish Alex is left with an empty board.
Yeah, that McClunky was important because Bobby Sapphire, once he's used his Tarkin Town, doesn't have a lot of ways to cleanly deal with undamaged units in space. If that TIE Silencer had lived to the start of this turn, Spanish Alex would have a ship for his Boba leader to hop onto. Now he has an empty board, so even if he can flip Boba Pilot onto this Ruthless Raider that he's playing, he won't be able to attack with it. He will, however, still get the 4 damage from that flip, but Bobby Sapphire will be able to continue to push damage to his base.
Ruthless Raider hits the field here from Spanish Alex. The when played ability used to put 2 damage on Greedo, defeating him, and 2 damage on that base. Then Spanish Alex uses the leader ability of Boba Fett and Bobby Sapphire, choosing to put the 1 damage there on the Mist Hunter, I believe, which is then going to go ahead and swing, adding some damage to that base. We're up to, looks like 17 damage on Spanish Alex's base. That means just 16 HP to go, thanks to the resilient Data Vault.
It looks like Spanish Alex might be close to being able to turn the corner in terms of board control. A Boba leader flip is going to deal 4 damage, although he flips to the ground.
It flips to the ground. Nile Marauder's swinging into the base,
I'm curious to
and
see
I'd
here if Spanish Alex chooses to attack the Nile Marauder or attack the base with the Boba leader. Attacking the Nile Marauder, well, it does do 4 damage, leaves him in the same position that he would be in if he had put the Boba leader on the Ruthless Raider and done the 4 damage on attack. I suppose valuing having a unit in both the space and the ground arena. Um, Although now it feels like he's without
Zuckus.
an incredibly tall target to use on something like an overwhelming barrage if he draws into that removal.
Yeah, I mean, if he does have an overwhelming barrage, I think that Boba. It may also be that he's worried about potential upgrade removal or similar, but if he has an overwhelming barrage, I would much rather have Boba on that Ruthless Raider than have those two be separate. Let's see how Spanish Alex handles this.
Yeah, it would have been another story if the Boba had been able to remove the Nile Marauder in one hit. But attacking into the Nile Marauder, leaving it alive, giving Bobby Sapphire the opportunity to push 4 more damage on his turn.
Okay, Devastator is it's going to be removing Nile Marauder and removing the Mist Hunter there as well. And we are looking at 12 HP left for Spanish Alex.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's enough. Zuckuss is going to bring him to 27. Cad Bane Flip will bring him to 31. Something like a Hot Shot Blaster from the row would push that to 33 as soon as this turn. But either way, leaving Spanish Alex at risk of lethal from any unit that has 2 or more power.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, I don't know. Maybe the game plan is, oh, and there's a hot shot blaster. I think that
There's the
might mean
blaster.
we are looking at game over this turn.
Yep.
Yeah, we're up to 29 damage. That means CAD swing is lethal, and I don't think Spanish Alex is going to be able to do anything about it as he is tapped out here. We could see a swing from Boba into CAD on flip, but that's not enough damage to defeat him. I think this one is going to go to Bobby
Yep.
Sapphire.
Spanish Alex potentially having spent too much time and too many resources ramping, giving Bobby Sapphire the opportunity to keep his board clear to prevent the kind of devastating leader flip that Spanish Alex would have needed to do to get back in the game. With this Boba Fett deck, if you take the time to ramp early, you need to make sure that you have a powerful way to claw back board control on that 6 resource turn for you. Something like that Boba flip into an overwhelming barrage. Otherwise, you leave your opponent with the opportunity to get too much damage pushed too quickly, making it impossible for you to get back into the game.
Well, it's a tough one, but we'll see if Spanish Alex can do better here in game two after some sideboard moves. Didn't end up being able to stop Bobby Sapphire's aggression. I mean, and he got kind of close. I mean, you can envision a scenario where like if there isn't the hot shot blaster, I don't know, maybe next turn Alex gets to use an overwhelming barrage or a planetary bombardment or whatever and use that to clear things out. But that was not the case here. Um, and we'll see if he can do better this time.
Yeah, one edge that Cad Bane Tarkentown potentially has against strategies like that from Boa Data Vault is that the Cad leader has 8 toughness, right? Swings in for 4 in attack, but has 8 toughness, which means even cards like Devastator's 4 indirect damage or an overwhelming barrage onto something like a Ruthless Raider, he's not going to be able to deal enough damage to clear the leader. I like the way that Bobby Sapphire is navigating this particular Tarkentown build. He's using his early board control with Tarkentown to push damage, and then he has that backed up with this incredibly resilient leader to close the game out. I think it's an exciting new take on a familiar leader that we've seen for a few sets now.
Well, we're about to move into that second game as the players finish their sideboarding. What if you're Spanish Alex, what plays do you most want to be making here to try and win this match?
Yeah, it's a tricky question because normally you would think to yourself, right, what is my ideal turn one play? Well, if Bobby Sapphire gets his ideal draw, your turn one play doesn't matter because Bobby Sapphire is going to go one drop ping, Tarkin Town. So your board's going to be clear, which means the question if you're Spanish Alex is what is my best way to come back against a 2-0 unit lead on turn one? Arguably something like a resupply or the super laser tech into an IG-2000 to clear some of these one drop units into a flip and overwhelming barrage, right? We want some kind of spread damage, whether it's just the one damage from the IG-2000 or the ability to distribute the damage from overwhelming barrage to at least pick off those pesky one drop units that Bobby Sapphire is going to try and flood the board with. That I think is probably what was missing from Spanish Alex's first game. Any kind of spread damage, we're going to see now if he draws it here in game two.
Yeah, let's see whether or not Spanish Alex can actually get that going. I do think IG 2000 would have been a pretty good card to have. Didn't end up working out, but we'll see. And of course, like the absolute most dream scenario is like you go first and you play Allegiant General Pride and your opponent completely bricks turn one. But like more realistically, I think, like you said, Grumpy, Alex has to be thinking this turn one play may not be something that's going to get a chance to do anything.
And I think this CAD deck is running so many one drops that even if it doesn't get its ideal two one drop start, it's still likely to have at least one play, which is going to be enough to ping that Allegiant General Pride and then finish it off with the Tarkin Town.
Yeah, that is a very relevant point.
CAD able to take advantage of this sort of go wide aggressive strategy slightly more than our other ping leader, Quinlan. Quinlan's ping limited to a unit of the same cost, whereas CAD's ping unlimited just relies on that underworld trait. So even a one drop underworld unit from Cad Bane can put a damage onto his opponent's two drop, making this double one drop opening both possible and explosive. In Spanish Alex's hand, he's got a copy of IG-2000. He's got some ramp. He's got a Fet's Fire Spray, potentially looking at some more powerful tools to get a better handle on this game two.
Two drop ramp IG 2000 seems like a pretty decent start. Looks like Bobby Sapphire leads us off with a Death Star Stormtrooper. Spanish Alex going to play the Kylos TIE Silencer. There is going to be what is that? It's what's that card called? Is it the Guavian Intimidator? Is that what that's called? The
I
one cost
forget the
2/3
name as well, but
Saboteur
it's the
built-in bounty draw card.
2-3. Yeah. Now, Bobby Sapphire facing the interesting choice here. Do I Target Town Kylo's TIE Silencer? On the one hand, you keep your opponent's board clear, but on the other hand, if Spanish Alex attacks and Bobby Sapphire has another Underworld unit to play, he'll be able to use Cad Bane's second ping to clear the Silencer and keep his Tarkin Town active for something that's going to arguably be more of a threat later in the game. Something like an IG-2000 that Spanish Alex wants to put his Boba Fett onto as a pilot. Choosing not to use the Tarkin Town here, a decision that I like. He'll take a little bit more damage early, but potentially be able to fend off counterplay from Alex later in the game.
Yeah, Guavian Antagonizer. Whereas Sing now pings that away, keeping that Tarkin Town up, like you said. Super Laser Technician now on the board. 3 damage to base from the Death Star Stormtrooper. Antagonizer still has yet to swing. If you're a Bobby Sapphire, do you kill the Technician or do you go base here or what?
If you kill the technician, you're giving up 2 damage on the base, but you're preserving the opportunity to put 3 damage next turn with your Death Star Stormtrooper, because you know that
Yeah.
Spanish Alex with initiative will trade into the Stormtrooper. I think that I like base here. Um, Given especially that you have 4 units on the board, and something like an IG-2000 is going to risk killing both of your stormtroopers and then your antagonizer as well, because it'll have 1 health now. Bobby
Oh, he
Sapphire
does it
disagree.
though.
Uh, Crucially, leaving him with 3 units, each with 1 HP. If Alex has held on to that IG-2000, things are going to start turning around very quickly for him.
It is worth noting Bobby Sapphire having held on to Tarkintown. Yeah, there's the IG-2000 triple kill,
Yeah.
plus the Boba Fett ping. But and it looks like that damage is being put on Aura Singh. But with that Tarkintown still up, if there's another underworld unit for Bobby Sapphire this turn, that could be a kill. And then the bounty there from the Guavian antagonizer does allow Alex to draw a card. Now Bobby Sapphire bringing out Forlom, pinging IG-2000, and Tarkentown poised to remove it.
Yeah, and it looked like Alex maybe had forgotten about that bounty. Bobby Sapphire helpfully pointing that out to him, potentially because it was a mandatory trigger, or potentially just being sort of an honorable opponent, wanting his opponent to play his best.
Yeah, my understanding, which could be wrong, is bounties are not mandatory, but you are required to remind the opponent of bounties on
Hmm,
your units or something like that.
that's an interesting rule. I didn't know that.
Yeah, there are some situations where you can decline bounties, or where I mean, there's many situations where you can, but there are some
Yeah,
situations where it's actually good. So, like, if you kill Val and she has a bounty that deals damage to a unit and you're the only one with units on the board, you can choose
sure,
not to
sure,
resolve that.
sure. Makes sense.
Another one would be in some situations, if you're close to milling, you might want to not take card draw bounties. This was actually quite relevant in Shadows Limited because with the smuggle mechanic, um, it became pretty easy to mill out with a 30 card limited deck.
Spanish Alex, having arrived again at that 6 resource turn without a ready ship, leaving him with the same choice, right? If he has the opportunity, is he going to flip this Boba Fett pilot leader onto this TIE silencer to distribute 4 damage, letting him clear something like a Forlom immediately? Or is he going to flip to ground and try and use an attack to clear through some of Bobby Sapphire's units? Either way, Spanish Alex with a resource advantage now, but facing down a clearly stronger board from Bobby Sapphire.
Yeah. Bobby Sapphire spending 5 resources here, bringing out Zuckuss. Zuckuss and Forlom, each giving the
Mm.
other +1/+1. That is a lot of stats on the board here for Bobby Sapphire.
Yeah, I like this play. Some players might have been tempted to hold the Zuckuss to try and ambush a Boba Fett that deploys on the ground, but by just preemptively playing it, Bobby Sapphire brings his Forlam to 5 HP. That's going to take it out of range of a Boba Fett flip onto the TIE Silencer, meaning that that flip would only be able to take out the Aura Singh, leaving Bobby Sapphire with a fully powered Zuckuss Forlam combination on the ground to just rip through Spanish Alex's base.
Yeah, now Spanish Alex still has 27 base HP, but it's not exactly a super easy situation with that ground arena. Looks like it's going to be a Fett's Fire Spray 4 cost version hitting the board, and that will be 2 indirect damage from when played, plus probably one with Boba's leader ability. Let's see where Bobby chooses to put that.
A tricky decision, right? One might be inclined just to throw it on base. I have 22 HP left, but even though Bobby has a much stronger board presence, uh, that 22 HP can go by quickly, especially if a Boba Fett pilot is attacking for something like 8 every turn.
Now look at this. It appears Spanish Alex didn't use Boba's leader ability there, so he missed out on a point of damage. Yeah, it looks like he may have just forgotten.
Mm.
And there's the flip, not killing Forlom, and Forlom swings in for 5. I believe I believe Spanish Alex does have the initiative, though. Let's see if there's going to be an overwhelming barrage here from that Fett's fire spray piloted by Boba Fett himself.
Yeah. An overwhelming barrage would let him clear the board. I think what he has instead is a craving power. It'll leave an aura sing, but the craving power to take out the Zuckuss will remove the +1/+1 buff on the Forlom, then defeating the Forlom by virtue of it having only 4 health remaining with 4 damage on it already.
Yeah, so worse in terms of clearing the board than the overwhelming barrage, but does offer stats that persist into future turns. And I think it's exactly the play that you were just describing, Grumpy. Craving Power defeats Zuckuss. Forlom loses the +1/+1 and is also removed.
Mm.
And oh, Bamboozle. He Bobby Sapphire with a Bamboozle, discarding a Waylay from hand to play it for free. That is going to exhaust Fett's Fire Spray, bounce the Craving Power, and defeat the Boba leader upgrade. In my opinion, probably the worst ruling in the game, that Bamboozle kills leader units outright. I don't know why they ruled that. I think it's very bad for the game to have that be a rule, but it is a rule, and there we see it. Very strong counter from Bobby Sapphire. Reckless Gunslinger now hitting the board. One damage to each base, and it's looking grim for Spanish Alex after that bamboozle.
Yeah, it looked like Spanish Alex had perhaps clawed his way to some sort of stabilization, but that free zero resource bamboozle discarding a waylay to effectively delete the Boba pilot leader, technically returning the craving power to hand, but Spanish Alex unlikely to be able to take advantage of that incidental card advantage because he's now looking at 24 damage on his base, a 6 power CAD leader on the board, and no ground presence to speak of.
Yeah, it's really looking bad for Spanish Alex after that bamboozle. We'll see whether or not he can claw his way back in somehow, but I don't know. I mean, I guess you could have, if you had a Devastator here that could, I mean, so okay, Devastator, you could kill Aura Singh, kill the Gunslinger, still have a little bit of damage for base, or maybe throwing onto CAD. I don't know.
Again, the eight health of the Cad Bane leader, really an obstacle for Spanish Alex now. Spanish Alex's deck really good at spreading small amounts of damage across a wide field, has a much harder time dealing with a single very bulky unit.
It is a Devastator. He is going to defeat both of the small units, but I don't know that that is going to be enough for him. Ends up throwing the additional damage onto base. Okay. So we're up to 10 damage on base. Cad Bane swings on in for another 6, 30 damage on Spanish Alex's base. And the
Now, Spanish
problem here
Alex
is if he does anything, Bobby Sapphire can just claim.
So Spanish Alex will be forced to claim for that reason, but something like the powerful planetary bombardment, something like an overwhelming barrage, we know that he has his Craven power, so can at least take out Cad Leader, but Bobby Sapphire presenting a second lethal threat in the form of this Forlom, meaning that really now it is only a planetary bombardment from Spanish Alex to deal that 12 indirect damage plus a 13th from the Boba trigger that can clear the board. Does he have it?
Rothrock Gaming in chat says if fourth throw gets banned, so should Bamboozle. I don't think they need to ban Bamboozle. I think they should just change the ruling that says that it kills pilot leaders. But okay, here we are. I see a Craving Power in hand. That would
Yeah.
kill Cad, but then Forlom swings in for the win.
Yep, Spanish
He
Alex's
needs to
only
have,
out was planetary bombardment. It looks like he doesn't have it. That's likely going to be game in favor of Bobby Sapphire.
yeah, I don't think he has a way out here. The planetary bombardment would have been hype. He has an Emperor Palpatine. He has a Craving Power. He goes for the Craving Power, kills Cad Bane, basically just hoping the opponent misplays. Bobby Sapphire is an experienced player, though, does not misplay, takes the win with Forlom. And yeah, solid 2-0 win there for Bobby Sapphire over Spanish Alex.
This aggressive Cad Bane Target Town version looking very powerful against Spanish Alex's Boba Data Vault.
Space Modulator pointing out that a timely intervention on Palpatine
could have potentially killed both units there. I think, yeah, I mean, I guess he I don't know that we saw a timely intervention from him earlier. Not sure that he's running it, but
I don't know what's in the deck,
and
and it would have required 10 resources to smuggle the Timely. I believe he had a Palpatine in hand, but I think that he was only at 9 resources that last turn, which means that he would have needed both the Timely and the Palpatine in hand.
yeah, good point. All right, well, strong win there from Bobby Sapphire. Really, really nasty to see that surprise bamboozle for 0 in a non-heroism deck, but well played to him for having that great counter available, knowing when to use it, and getting big results. One of those things where bamboozle is it is kind of a narrow card in at least some situations, but it is so good when it's good.
Yep,
Might
and
have been a very good sideboard choice if it wasn't the sideboard, not main deck.
with decks like this Boba Fett pilot and Vader pilot running around, oftentimes a strong decision to just have it in your main deck, right? You can always resource it. It's probably just a one of, maybe a two of, so it's not going to take up too much deck space. But the opportunity to have that powerful free effect can swing games exactly like we saw.
I personally am much more excited about the main deck bamboozle if I'm playing a heroism deck than I am in a villain deck where it's out of aspect. But hey, if you're gonna discard another card to play it for free, it doesn't matter if it's out of aspect.
Yeah, I do think that this Cad Tarkendown deck likely has enough smuggle opportunities that it will be able to take advantage of its resources. We saw Bobby Sapphire play both a Reckless Gunslinger and a Hotshot Blaster from smuggle on the same turn that he discarded a card to play his own Bamboozle. So as long as you have ways to take advantage of your resources, even without cards in your hand, potentially worth playing, even knowing that you're likely going to use that discard option almost the entire time.
Yeah, and it should be interesting to see what the new plot mechanic brings in terms of decks making use of that resource row. I think it's going to be very interesting to see that in the upcoming Secrets of Power set.
That's a good point. I'm excited for this. We've seen already with the new Kylo leader the power of being able to play cards without taking an action on your leader flip. Something like the plot mechanic can potentially turn every leader in the game into a version of the Kylo leader, which means I think navigating leader flip turns is going to become the new most crucial turn of any game of Star Wars Unlimited.
All right. Well, this was a cool match there. Congrats to Bobby Sapphire on the strong win. And we will probably take a quick break here and be back with you guys soon for the fifth round of Swiss here at the Tabletop Gaming Center in Connecticut.
Talk to you soon.
What's going on, guys? Tower number 9 here with the McClunky Gaming commentary on the planetary qualifier at Tabletop Gaming Center in Connecticut. We have, I believe, just finished the 4th round of Swiss play, or are about to finish. I think on the crowd cam there, you can see maybe 1 or 2 tables that are just finishing in bonus time. But we should have pairings for you guys shortly with the 5th round of Swiss, and we will then be casting that one. I'm Tower number 9, joined here by Grumpy Elephant. Grumpy, how's it going with you?
Hello, hello, going well. And yeah, from time to time, some of these rounds are likely to go to time. I'm looking through our deck list here. It's possible that something like an Admiral Trench Colossus or a Chancellor Palpatine Vigilance Force, both yellow-blue decks looking to control the game and eke out little bits of advantage over a long period of time, are gonna take up that full round time, even with a player who potentially is playing at an appropriate or brisk pace.
Yeah, there are definitely some decks that can go long, and that's one of the reasons that I'm fond of playing Sabine at tournaments. Usually not something you have to worry about as a Sabine player. In fact, you often get a 20 or 30-minute break in between rounds, sometimes even longer than that.
And when you sit down and see that player who's trying to do that go long mill strategy, potentially closer to a free win for you because you can just go so quickly that they're not able to stop you at all.
Yeah, it depends on the specific deck. Some of them I think have better odds than others, but in general, Sabine feels pretty good into those control builds.
For sure. So round four is over, which means a small handful of our players are going to now be 4-0, going into what can be a crucial round five. Players who are able to go 5-0 after the first 5 rounds of Swiss generally are able to take intentional draws in the remainder of the tournament to guarantee themselves a spot in our top eight. Right, so for some players, we've arrived at what is called the win and in round. If you win this round, you're guaranteed a top eight spot, and you know your tournament day will be much longer than those folks who get eliminated after the 7 rounds of Swiss.
Yeah, and we are about to move into the 5th round. So after this one, there will be 2 other Swiss rounds, I believe, for 7 rounds total, and then that top cut, assuming assuming things go according to plan, and we should be seeing those pairings go out shortly. But as you can see from the crowd camera here, I think the audience or the players are still waiting on that. It's often very obvious on the crowd cam what's going on because once the pairings go up, there's often a flurry of movement as people go to their tables.
And Tower, I've taken a look at the Melee standings here. They've been updated for the end of round four. Of the 97 players in the tournament, we are now down to 5 undefeated players, which means as many as 3 or just 2 of our top 8 spots are likely to be locked after this round. Right below them, still in strong contention for one of those top 8 spots, we have 2 players who are 3-0-1. After those 7 players, our 5-4-0s and our 2-3-0-1s, we have a large number of players who are 3-1, sort of stuck in the throes of jostling for what's going to be those last 4 or 5 top 8 spots after the first few get locked down by our undefeated players.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see just how this goes. The tournament structure is one of those things that I think people can have some familiarity with from other games, but there can be some differences as well. I know there's been quite a bit of dispute about intentional draws being allowed and concessions and various other things. But as someone who's played a lot of card games, the fundamental concept of Swiss pairings for several rounds cut to top eight is something that exists in a lot of different games at this point.
a pretty classic structure for sure, an exciting one in that it makes sure you pair off against opponents with similar records to you throughout the duration of the tournament. Can make the whole day feel like a little bit of a fun adventure.
Yeah, tournaments can be a lot of fun, and there is that hustle and bustle on the crowd cam that I was mentioning earlier. I believe the players are going to take their seats, and that means we should have this fifth round of Swiss play up for you guys shortly. Now, Grumpy, when you were looking at those, when you were looking at that information, did you happen to see what leaders are in those top groups?
I'm not able to see that at the moment, Tower. I do see currently 4-0 undefeated is Pasquale, who we saw on stream earlier today with his Yoda red deck. As you mentioned, Pasquale, the defending champion of this particular PQ, having won it last time around with Ray Data Vault. Leaving Ray behind, but still playing a blue Force leader, this time just backed up with the power of Force Throw and another version of Ray, that Ray Red card. Other than Pasquale on Yoda Red, I'm not sure right now what decks the top folks are playing.
Yeah, and Yoda, very interesting leader. For a while we were seeing people working on these kind of combo decks with the Endless Legions combo. I played that deck a bit myself, and for me it was too slow, but really did feel good to hit the combo though on those games where you could get it.
Yep, and that combo coming from the card You're My Only Hope, allowing you to play the top card of your deck at a reduced cost or free if your life total is low enough. Yoda being the currently the only card, leader or otherwise, in the game that lets you stack the top of your deck with a card from your hand, giving the player the ability to manipulate either their draws if they're looking to trigger a card like Ray, or just put something powerful on the top of the deck to be played like a card like You're My Only Hope.
Gotcha. I am told that the first table declined to be on stream. That is an option, at least for these sorts of kind of unofficial content creator streams. We don't really want to stream someone if they would prefer not to have that. Although I believe if you are interested in competing in high level events, there is at least some level of event where you can no longer decline to be on stream.
Yes, I believe the Galactic Championships, for example, this past July in Las Vegas was a non-optional stream. Um, the commentating team was able to choose the tables that they wanted to see. Those players were brought up to the front and put on stream.
Yep. And similarly, I think there are some events where the top eight, maybe you could decline being streamed for some of the event, but not for the top cut.
Looks like we do have some word, though, about the matchup we are likely to see. That Yoda deck we were just talking about, Yoda Red, that leverages Force Throw, along with those powerful Ray triggers, the ability to stack the deck against a Han Solo pilot deck. Han Solo, never tell me the odds, with the choice of base being Lake Country, a colorless base that gives you an additional 4 health to play with. So this Han Solo coming in with 34 health, facing down Yoda Red with 28. Now, that 34 health, unclear to what extent it's going to be needed in this matchup. Usually, it gives you that little extra buffer against decks that are trying to be aggressive, something like a Sabine, something like a Kazuda, allowing you to get your damage in faster. You're giving up an entire color in deck building to get that extra health, so this Han Solo player will be limited to cunning cards unless they choose to play off aspect. But again, unclear here the extent to which this Yoda player is going to be trying to aggro down the Han player or simply trying to get control of the board, and then only pushing base damage once that's firmly established.
Yeah, I think there is an interesting question about the value of missing an aspect. I personally think that FFG might be undervaluing how bad missing an aspect is. We saw, cards like Darth Revan, I think, are really not in a great spot in exchange. Like, in theory, I totally recognize get a good ability, get some extra stats, whatever it is, in exchange for -1 aspect. That seems like an interesting design decision to make and thing to consider in moment to moment gameplay. But I personally do feel that they have been a little conservative with those cards.
I agree. The thing to keep in mind, of course, is as the card pool expands, the cost of giving up a second aspect will go down as you're able to fill your deck with more powerful cards of the aspects that are available to you.
Yeah, I mean, in some sense, I think that's true, but I do also want to note that with rotation, there's a point at which the card pool is not going to keep getting bigger forever.
That's true, unless, of course, we're talking about the Eternal format, which might be
True.
something like Darth Revan's place to shine if the card pool gets large enough and strong enough.
Yeah, I mean, imagine. Well, we'll have to see what that looks like when we come to it. For now, we have a game going on, and I believe it's going to be an Addy Gallia as the first play here from Louis. And Ben brings out the classic R2D2 ignoring protocol.
Yep. Now, Ben here trying to fill his board with odd costs to prepare for his incredibly powerful flip turn. Han Solo Leader, when he flips onto a ship, is able to ready resources equal to the number of odd units and upgrades that he controls. So, already starting off with two, including the powerful Babu Frick, who's going to allow that R2D2 to attack for four. Ben looking to set up for an explosive five resource turn to try and end the game as quickly as possible after that.
Yeah, Babu Frick, we were discussing earlier people using that in a Sabine deck, but in this case, Babu Frick's making an appearance in an odd numbers Han.
Now, this attack by the Adigalia into the R2D2 is important because if Luis does not do that in his first action, Babu Freak is able to use his ability to attack the R2D2, normally just one power, into the Adigalia and deal four damage, creating a favorable trade for Ben and leaving both units on the board. He can still do that, clearing the Adigalia, but the R2D2 having taken two damage already will end up with four damage and be defeated itself.
Yep, very good point. Looks like Ben is contemplating using Han's leader ability here. There we have it. He does flip over another one cost.
Hmm. Potentially
A
trying to
little odd.
use that buff on the Babu Frick to give it two attack power, which would have let the Babu Frick clear the Adigalia, still leaving Ben. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I was
No, it
thinking the
wouldn't
Adigalia had
clear though.
two. Would have only done two. Would not have cleared.
Yeah, not entirely sure why Babu Frick's ability was not used there. That seemed like an underwhelming play to me.
Yeah, that choice then left the door open for Luis to use Force Throw, having that Adigalia as a force unit on the board.
Yeah, I am wondering what the reasoning was on that. It doesn't look like there was a C3PO or some other follow up that wants to know what the top card actually is. So I do think Ben kind of just missed out on a big chunk of damage by not using Babu Frick there.
It's possible that Ben had the same confusion I did, thinking there was already two damage on the Adigalia, so a buffed attack with the Han leader would clear it. In that case, that line would have made sense, but instead we're left with sort of an odd distribution of damage and an Adigalia still on the board.
Yep.
So Luis now doing an incredibly powerful play of playing an Owen Lars, playing a second Owen Lars to defeat either the first or the second, search the top of his deck, finding a ray, and using that ray trigger to deal 2 damage to finish off the R2D2 and 2 damage to Ben's base. The unique aspect of Owen Lars, meaning if you have 2 of that card in play, you're required to defeat one of them. Normally not advantageous as a player, but sometimes when that unit has a win defeated ability, like Owen Lars does, you intentionally choose to trigger it yourself.
That's a good point, Grumpy. Another classic would be playing a K2 to defeat a K2 you already have on the board. Get that when defeated ability, maybe do some damage to the base, or just force a discard. Looks like it is going to be a looks like it is going to be a copy of Boshek there, I believe. Generating some card draw for those odd numbers. Babu Freak on the top of the deck. Falcon activates, getting buffed. So 3 base, +1 for Boshek, +1 for a pilot, or up to 5, and then add an additional 1 based on the leader ability there. So 6 damage being thrown out by the Falcon.
And crucially, this Falcon able to hold 2 pilots, so that despite the fact that it already has a Boshek, which Ben used to get some card advantage, it can still house his Han pilot leader, setting himself up well for a powerful flip turn so long as Luis isn't able to remove the Falcon first with something like a Fell the Dragon.
A lot of smaller ground units there for Lewis against one big buffed Falcon on Ben's side of the table.
Yep. Unsurprising given the way that the power of the card game has developed. These force decks having very powerful ground oriented turns, and these space pilot leaders emerging in response to create incredibly powerful space threats that can end the game quickly and say, I'm just going to dodge the force lane, the ground lane altogether. This Han deck having a little bit more ground presence than many of the space decks we see. We saw the droids, we saw the Babu Frick. But still been able to present a strong space threat in the form of this piloted Millennium Falcon.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens here. Chat, someone suggesting that Yoda's ability was used incorrectly on one of the previous turns. My apologies if so. I did miss that. Let's see here. Pilot Han, but being played as a unit here to ambush and defeat Owen Lars. That is going to lead to another Owen Lars trigger.
And crucially, using all of Ben's resources, giving Luis a 1 action window to stop this Millennium Falcon before the Han flips, immediately readying 4 of those 5 resources.
Let's see what's happening here.
So here's the Han flip.
C-3PO. Yeah, is there going to be some counter here from Lewis? I don't know. That's a lot of damage on that Falcon. That can, or rather, a lot of damage coming from that Falcon.
Yep. Additionally, 10 health on that Falcon. This 2 damage from the Ray trigger will bring the Falcon down to 8. Something like a second Ray trigger plus potentially a Luke played from hand if a unit has been defeated will be enough to do the 10. But short of a Rival's Fall, I don't know if Luis is going to be able to stop this Falcon quickly enough. Or, here we go, a self force throw to deal 7 more damage, bringing it to 9. Falcon's still trucking along and able to potentially swing again unless Luis has something to finish the job.
Yeah, Lewis here might have to put together a lot of different cards in order to
fix this situation with the Millennium Falcon, but maybe he has them. If not, though, that's going to be another powerful swing from Ben on the next turn, most likely.
Ben has put most of his eggs in this basket. If Luis can clear this piloted Falcon, which he does now with an open fire, right? Ben all of a sudden has a much more difficult time dealing that last 13 damage to Luis's base.
Yeah, that Falcon absorbed a lot of punishment, but was ultimately removed. And now we'll see what happens next here.
Luis
Babu
still
Frick on the field again.
one turn away from that crucial Yoda flip, which is going to let him regain some board control and start bringing in some restore. Until that happens, he's going to be on the back foot, trying just to stay alive while Ben tries to close out this game either this turn or hopefully as soon as possible next action phase.
Let's see what happens. R2D2 swing. Once again, Babu Frick not used. Now, what do we have there?
This is
I
a
think that
turret,
is
I
a
believe.
chariot. Yeah.
Putting up a pretty strong wall against Ben's force of ground invaders. Neither Han nor the Babu Frick able to get through. This 6 power Plo Koon ambushing in, but with the ability that Turret has to give the attacker -2, -0, Turret surviving to take another hit from another unit.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. It looks like a lot of unit combat. Sure, doing some damage, but taking some damage too. Lewis uses Yoda's ability, setting things up for his C3PO.
Luis down to 11 health on base. If Ben claims, he'll be able to start off with a 6 damage attack from this Plo Koon, bringing Luis just down to 5, except for this Ray trigger is going to finish off the Han, taking Coordinate away from Ben and bringing the Plo Koon down just to 3 power.
Yeah, let's see here.
Oof, and with a hand of just R2, Boshek, and Jam Communications, it might seem like this game is going to start slipping out of Ben's fingers. We've arrived at the Yoda flip turn. The Yoda flip turn is going to at least likely deal with that Babu Frick, potentially that Plo Koon. It's going to start restoring 2 every turn. We've got a Yaddle on the board. The Yaddle is going to start adding restore as well. Although Luis is at 21 right now, that number is likely going to start going in the other direction.
Yeah, Babu Frick is synergistic with some situations, but being alone against the opponent is not one of them. He really needs droid units to enable that ability. Jam Communications revealing a You're My Only Hope, which is the only eligible target and also an excellent target against a Yoda opponent. Yoda probably makes better use of You're My Only Hope than any other leader in the game.
But also, again, Jam Communications, not the kind of card that Ben wants to be playing to try and get back in this game when he's already so behind on board.
Very good point. I do agree there. I do agree there.
And as we were saying at the start of the game, right, the question was, is this 4 extra health from the Lake Country base going to be enough to give this Han an advantage? And it seems like in this matchup, right, where Han really wants to be the aggressor, the 4 HP is largely irrelevant, and potentially that lack of an additional aspect hurting the Han deck more than the 4 HP has been helpful.
Yeah, this is just not looking like a race. You know what I mean? It's
Mhm.
it's looking like Lewis is very much playing the control and he's doing a good job of it. Ben feels pretty controlled here.
And with
We will
that, our life
see
goals
what happens.
are much closer to equalized, but Luis with an incredibly dominant board, facing down just a single R2D2 on the side of the Han Solo.
Not only does Lewis have much more damage, he also has a lot of restore. I don't know what Ben's path to victory is here. It might be. I mean, they have a lot of time left, but there is, I think, at least some reason to consider scooping for time.
Ben's path to victory is winning games 2 and 3 of this match.
Yeah. And so we see Sanctioner Shuttle played with no coordinate. Not the most effective card in the world. Yoda swings, getting some healing. Ben is going to play a Boshek onto that shuttle and draw some cards. Um,
And that'll be the scoop.
yeah, we're packing this one up. I think Ben ran out of gas. Lewis had control of the board, and we're going to be moving towards game 2 here. Grumpy, if you're Ben, what do you want to try and make this next round go better?
You know, it's tricky. I think it might be the case that the way this Han deck is built is designed to target decks that are faster and lower to the ground, right? Use that extra 4 HP to win races that a 30 HP base might not let you win. This Yoda deck, right, in this particular matchup is perfectly happy to say, I'm not going to race you at all. I'm going to try and control. So Lewis on Yoda, not taking an aggressive path here. We saw him methodically and repeatedly taking care of Ben's units, keeping the board clear, taking care of big threats, and only pushing damage to the base once he was confident he had both the restore and board control online. Knowing that that's how Lewis is going to approach this matchup, Ben needs to figure out a way, likely how to get even faster. It's unlikely Ben's going to be able to play the long game against Lewis's Yoda deck, right? Filled with cards like Luke Skywalker, filled with Restore from Yoda, from Yaddle. Um, and so if I were him, I'd be looking at things like the Ready Millennium Falcon that can do 3 damage from the get go and start chipping in every turn. I'd be looking at using Babu Frick's ability to let my 1/4 droids deal 4 damage on attack and hope to just string together enough damage quickly to stop Lewis from getting to Yoda's flip turn. Whether this deck is built in a way that can support that kind of game plan in this matchup, I'm not sure. I don't think we saw enough cards from Ben to really know if there's a play line that's going to get him through. He may just have to hope that he can flip his Han leader onto a ship and that Lewis doesn't have an answer in the form of a self force throw. That likely was the play that switched the course of the game in game 1. Lewis's ability to take out that 10 HP Falcon using a combination of cards, including the self force throw. We'll, I guess, have to see, right? Does Ben have a way through that, or does he just have to hope that Lewis's draw is a little bit worse than it was in game 1?
One thing that I do think is worth noting is that I believe in game 1, Ben did have an opportunity to use Babu Frick and didn't do it in those early turns. Should be interesting to see whether Babu Frick maybe gets some more use in this round.
Yeah, I think there were actually 2 key turns where Babu Frick was alongside a droid, and rather than using his ability, Ben chose to use his Han leader ability, thinking of potentially getting an attack in for 2 rather than an attack in for 4 that would exhaust both units. Maybe we'll see if he makes a different choice in game 2.
Players are discussing something, it seems, not entirely sure what. Maybe the situation that was brought up earlier with respect to Yoda's ability or something. I don't really know.
And Ben asking to see the text of Yoda's unit side, uh, wanting to have a full understanding of what it does going into this game too.
Yeah, makes sense.
Lewis doing an interesting shuffle variation, sliding cards methodically into his deck at intervals, presumably now about to shuffle more thoroughly to make sure the deck is sufficiently randomized.
Yep. Hmm. Let's see here.
So Ben should be starting this game with initiative, having lost game one, but this is a matchup where it may not matter. Ben, of course, limiting his deck building not only to yellow heroism cards, but also to odd costs, therefore wanting his first turn play to be a one drop into a one drop, which means even if he starts with initiative, he's likely to give it up as soon as the end of the first action phase.
Yeah, now one exception to the two one drops is a C3PO start, but a
This is
C3PO
true.
start often involves using Han's ability before deploying C3PO. So even then, you might still not end up with the initiative.
Yep, Ben wanting to spend two actions in the first action phase. Although it looks like with the hand that he's drawn, uh, after his mulligan, he might be limited to a single one drop. That Republic Y Wing, the 1/3 for 1, not the kind of aggressive start he's going to want to try and get this Yoda to 28 before Lewis can stabilize.
Yeah, it's not where you want to be. There is that Y Wing, though. Yaddle from Lewis.
Yeah, Yaddle in
And
response
yeah,
immediately negating the damage that the Y Wing is threatening. Ben can attack for 1, bringing Lewis to 1. Yaddle can attack for 2, restoring 1, bringing Lewis back down to 0.
that Y Wing might need a pilot.
A
Han's
pilot or a
ability
boost.
used, but unfortunately, it is another one cost, so no real effect. Swings in for one, and like you said, Grumpy Yaddle removes that damage right away.
Now, I believe Lewis chose to draw from his ship, which means it should have 2 damage on it, unless I misunderstood and he chose not to draw, instead preferring the 3/4 units. Either way, it doesn't matter. Sanctioner shuttle coming down to capture it and leave the space arena clear.
All right.
I wonder about this choice to target your opponent with Force Throw, knowing that their deck is full of low cost cards. Doesn't feel great to discard your own card to clear it, but he's able to follow it up with what I think is a grenade strike, um, which lets him clear the Sanctioner shuttle regardless, preserving that card advantage and bringing his Red Squadron X-Wing back to the fields.
Could be worse. Could be a lot worse.
Yeah, a bit of a sluggish start here from the Han. Going into that 5 resource turn, 3 damage on Lewis's base. He's going to try and make maximum use of his resources, ideally spending 8 or 9 this turn. But to do so, needs to make sure that he has a ship available to take a pilot.
All right. Little Y Wing that could is still on the board there. And the Falcon losing an upgrade to a disabling Fang Fighter. That Boshek off the board.
But importantly, leaving Ben open now to flip his Han pilot leader, ready some resources, and leaving Lewis likely without a way to clear that piloted leadership easily unless he's holding on to something like another force throw with a high cost unit in hand.
Hmm. Now, what is Ben's plan? Oh, there's the fast Falcon. Yoda's ability used on Lewis's side of the board.
I would bet we're going to see Han Pilot jump onto that fast Falcon to hit Lewis for 6, readying 4 resources for Ben. The question will be, does he have anything in hand that he can play or anything from his row that he can play to take advantage of that? I believe the card in hand is a Plo Koon, which means Ben might be facing his leader flip turn, unable to make any use of the extra resources that flip ability will give him.
Yeah, it looks like it's just a standard swing there with the fast Falcon clearing a disabling Fang Fighter.
Now, are we going to see Ben not flip his leader this turn? He chose to attack with the Falcon, no leader flip. Looks like he's choosing to attack with the Y-Wing, no leader flip. I would be surprised if we see Han Solo flip to the ground. It might be that Ben... Oh, interesting. Flipping onto the Falcon that's already attacked. Not quite sure. Does he have a tech in
It
the
says
row that he can play
resources.
for 4? He doesn't play anything. Guess I'm not quite sure what Ben is thinking navigating that turn. Didn't get the 3 damage in from the Han leader attack. Didn't get to take advantage of the resources that it readied. Is now left with a significant ship, right? That Millennium Falcon having 7 power and 8 health. Um, but Lewis is base only at 3 damage.
Yaddle swings on in. 2 damage to base and 1 restored. Ben thinking about his next play. There's the swing with that Falcon.
Yep. The
It's a big
first
chunk of
of
damage.
many 7s that we're going to need to see to bring Lewis up to 28, especially considering the Yaddle restore on board and possibly more restore on hand.
Interesting point.
Owen Lars tripling Lewis's ability to restore, now up to 3 every turn, not to mention the 2 that we're going to be facing down as soon as next turn when that Yoda leader flips and becomes active.
Yeah, that does seem like it could be a bit of a problem here. There are some kind of unassuming cards here on Lewis's side of the board, but they can generate a lot of value over time if left unchecked.
Yeah. That never tell me the odds removing the Yaddle, so clearing 1 source of restore, but not adding any offensive power to Ben's side of the board. And this Poe Dameron coming down, now threatening to delete the Han pilot leader on the Millennium Falcon using his discard ability.
Okay. It's an odd one here. The damage is just not really adding up that much. Not on either player's base, really.
No, which has to favor the Yoda player in this matchup.
I think you're right. Generally, the game slowing down is good for the deck that has the stronger end game and the deck that wants things to move towards the late game, which I believe is going to be Yoda. We could talk about a different scenario if we were having, I don't know, if one person. Oh, hang on. We got a disabling Fang Fighter here. It is going to defeat Pilot Han. Ouch.
Yeah, Ben taking the important action of ambushing Poe Dameron with a Plo Koon, saving his pilot Han from that Poe Dameron attack, and Lewis saying it doesn't matter. I have a second source of upgrade removal. I'm going to play this disabling Fang Fighter to delete your leader anyway. Crucially, now leaving that Millennium Falcon to be, well, there is now a new pilot on it in the form of that R2D2, not a leader unit, which means this Yoda flip is going to be able to likely take it down, leaving Ben with just that Republic Y Wing on his side of the board.
Not looking good for Ben. I think he just hasn't done the type of damage that he needs to get through this Yoda build. And yeah, Falcon off the board. That Republic Y Wing, only thing still standing on Ben's side.
It was his first play, and it is now his last unit remaining.
Further, it's actually poised to be removed too. A swing from that Fang Fighter would clear it out, leaving the
I
Fang Fighter
don't
still
know.
alive.
I don't know if Lewis at this point cares enough about the one damage. It seems like he turned the corner and is ready now to just bring this game to a close by pushing damage to Ben's base.
Yeah, you might have to worry a bit about the potential enabling of a pilot card. I think we are maybe about to see a Boshek on there, which will generate some card draw from Ben, if so. Um, but yeah, I mean, the opponent has a Y wing swinging for 1 damage per turn, and Lewis has 4 restore per turn plus way more than 1 damage. Might well not be worth an action.
Make that 7 restore on the board for Lewis as he plays this Luke Skywalker to not finish the Republic Y Wing, but leave it with 0 power for the rest of this action phase.
Yeah, just the -3/-3, not the -6/-6. But that does set it up to be cleared by the Fang Fighter if need be, although we'll see what happens here. Yep, Fang Fighter indeed going to go ahead and clear that.
Yeah, the challenge being with this Lake Country build, once we've arrived at this phase of the game, is I just don't think there's anything in Ben's deck that's going to be able to deal with a 9 health Yoda leader unit. And short of something like a Waylay, there's going to be nothing that's going to be able to take this Luke Skywalker restore 3/6 power off the board. So Ben now might be able to delay the game a little bit, right? Potentially slow Lewis down by a turn, but it's unlikely there's anything he can draw that's going to now help him regain control and bring the game back in his favor.
Okay. It's you know, if this were not game 2, I would maybe be thinking again about scooping for time, and
Yeah.
I guess Ben's going to do it. Yeah, there's the handshake.
Right? No need for a game 3 in this matchup, but scooping for time, potentially giving Ben some important mental rest before going into the next round of Swiss.
Yeah. That is yeah. That is a very good point. That extra rest period can be very helpful. I was mentioning earlier that's one of the reasons to play Sabine. But looks like that match is coming to a close. Ultimately, that Han deck just was not really able to push damage fast enough to deal with Yoda.
Yeah, we've seen some incredibly fast versions of this Odd Han deck, usually in the form of pairing this Odd Han leader with Tarkin Town. Tarkin Town adding an important extra action to help keep the board clear without requiring a card from your hand, and crucially adding a second aspect, aggression, to your deck building suite. Seems like this Lake Country just a little more limited in terms of what it's able to do. Some matchups that might be just fine, but in this matchup, just never let Ben really get off the ground.
All right. Well, I think that is going to about do it for that round. We will be moving on in about 20 minutes or so to our 6th round of Swiss, the second to last round of Swiss play in this event. I'm Tower number 9, joined here by Grumpy Elephant. Thank you to the viewers for checking this one out, and stay tuned for more here at McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Tabletop Gaming Center event.
Thanks so much.
What's going on, guys? This is Tower number 9 with the McClunky Gaming stream of the Planetary Qualifier here at Tabletop Gaming Center in Connecticut. Thank you to Grumpy Elephant, who is joining me for these last few rounds. And let's welcome Josh back to the stream. He was originally going to be there, had some technical difficulties, but has managed to push through and is with us now. So welcome, Josh, from Next Gen Gaming SC.
Hey, Tower, thank you so much. It's good to finally be able to do some casting with you today. It was a real interesting set of circumstances, right? Because, I know Tim and Claire were dealing with some internet issues on site, and then very close to them figuring out the internet issues, jumping over to the hotspot, getting the stream working. My internet completely went down, so it's been quite a day. But I'm super glad to be here and excited to see how this tournament concludes.
Yeah, absolutely, Josh. So we have just finished the 5th round of Swiss play, I believe, and we're about to have the 6th, second to last Swiss round. Then there will be one more round of Swiss, followed by that top 8. So I think the players are moving to their seats, as we can see from the burst of activity there in the crowd cam. So we should be bringing you that next round of Swiss shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. Super excited. Looks like going into round 6, we have 3 undefeated players, and it's 3 different decks. We have Han 2 Blue Force, Kylo Tarkentown, and Darth Vader, Pilot Vader Yellow. So those are our 3 undefeated decks right now. Looking forward to seeing how this all unfolds. But I believe you guys featured the defending champ here at Tabletop earlier today. Pasquale, I believe, was on stream. He's 4-1 right now. He's in the top 4, so the defending champ looking strong as well.
Yeah, should be interesting to see how things develop as we move into these last few rounds of Swiss. Of course, if you have a strong enough position, you might opt for that intentional draw towards the end of the event. But we'll have to see how things go with that as well. There is definitely some risk to that if you do that from a position where you're a little less certain.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to be in that spot where you think you're safe to draw into the top cut and then just bubble out. I know that has been a very popular topic of late, right? In all these tournaments and the intentional draws and how to make sure to get yourself in. If you do the intentional draws, when to and when not, certainly have to be very careful. But it looks like we are going to have a mirror match. Looks like we've got a couple Quinlan Tarkentown decks here on the stream for round 6.
Yeah, mirror matches. So I personally do feel that a lot of people are under underestimating mirror matches and their importance when they are practicing. I'm not saying that you should only do mirrors. I'm not saying that it's more important than learning some of the other matchups, but my experience has been that disregarding mirror matches in your practice can be a major weak point.
Right.
I know some people don't like to play them for whatever reason. They think it's boring or it doesn't have that much variety or they don't like the dynamic of it, but it can be important to learn. I think I may have shared this story with you before, Josh, but I was once in a Flesh and Blood TCG season and I had a deck that I was doing really well against the perceived top deck. I was doing really well against a bunch of other things. But at event after event, I ended up getting knocked out and bubbling out or otherwise missing the cut by losing mirror matches because while I did feel very honed into some of the other stuff, I had not practiced the mirror very much and it was a big weakness. And I think what was true for me there in Flesh and Blood can be true for some other players in other games as well, because the dynamics of mirrors can be interesting and definitely not always what you would expect. So worth getting that practice in.
I totally agree with you. I think it is very important, especially when you're playing a deck that you know is popular, right? A deck that you know is towards the top of the meta. It is well represented. And Quinlan is one of those decks, right? I mean, Quinlan has been, I believe, the most represented deck in top cuts so far here in set 5. So this is a deck absolutely that you need to be familiar with the mirror match, because you know there's a good chance that you're going to run into it. So I think it's an excellent strategy to be prepared. I know it's not super fun sometimes to play the mirror. Some people don't enjoy them, but it's definitely something you need to be prepared for when you're running a deck that you know other people will be bringing to a specific tournament.
Yeah. Now, if you're playing a super weird deck, maybe you don't have to practice the mirror that much because you're like, okay, nobody else, nobody else is going to be playing my, Finn Lake Country build or whatever. And sure, but for something like this, for something like this Quinlan build, which is actually fairly common, it's a kind of different situation.
So here we go, round 6 underway. Eric versus Josh. We have Eric Hunter on the left, Josh on the right. Again, Quinlan Tarkentown mirror match. And we had Josh start us out with L337. Eric following up with his own L337, using that Quinlan ping to remove the shield token. Now we see a follow-up 2-cost unit for Josh, the Sabine Wren unit. And Quinlan ping removing L3's shield token on Eric's side.
Sabine ran Explosives Artist, kind of a classic unit. Came out in the game's very first set, Spark of Rebellion, and has been an extremely strong unit for aggression heroism decks ever since.
So now we do see the trade L3 for L3. This is going to be one of those matches where there is going to be so much back and forth early to try and gain a foothold on the board. It's what you're going to have to do. Now we do see red 5 coming out for Eric. And that red 5 is so good in Quinlan, right, Tower? Because you get those Quinlan pings, and then the on attack ability from red 5, you can deal 2 damage to a damaged unit, so that damage can really start to add up.
Yeah, I do think that Eric came out a bit ahead after that turn, simply because Josh developed a 2-cost unit while Eric developed a 3-cost unit, and the powerful red 5. You could look at red 5 and Sabine Explosives Artist and be like, both of these do 3 damage on attack. The situation is broadly even, but red 5 is tougher, and like you said, Josh, that on attack ability synergizes very well.
Absolutely. We do see the Ahsoka Tano coming out for Josh. Eric discarding Force Throw here. And because Eric discarded a non-unit card, that red 5 will not get exhausted. And now look at this. Eric has his own Ahsoka Tano. So now Josh will have to discard a card, and it looks like he may have to discard a unit. He's going to discard his own red 5, it looks like, and that is going to exhaust the Sabine Explosive Artist. So very strong play here for Eric.
Yeah, and there's that red 5 on attack ability, like you were discussing, Josh, throwing more damage on Ahsoka. Although, interestingly, it appears to me that Eric did not use the Tarkin Town to follow that up and get Ahsoka off the board, so Josh might get a chance to swing with her here.
Yeah, that is a really good point. Josh was able to get the initiative. Josh could go for a line, potentially something like a hot shot blaster onto that Ahsoka just to trade potentially with Eric's Ahsoka. That is certainly an option.
I'm wondering if Eric is just thinking, you know what, I don't need to use my Tarkin Town here, I'm going to save it. All I need to do is attack with red 5 again.
And so it looks like Josh is just going to attack into Ahsoka. Josh's Ahsoka unit defeated. Eric's Ahsoka 2 HP remaining. And now Eric, seeing the writing on the wall with his Ahsoka, will get in for 3. So that's 6 damage on Josh's base.
That damage is adding up for Josh here.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Tarkin Town used on Josh's side of the board to clear Ahsoka.
So who makes the first move here? We are on the 5 resource turn. We know that both leader units can be deployed on this turn. Both players maybe just trying to wait and see what their opponent does. We are going to see Adi Galea coming out. Quinlan triggered ability for Eric. 1 damage to the Sabine unit.
Yeah, and that's going to open up a potential Tarkin Town or Red 5 play to clear that Sabine. I feel like for Josh, if we don't see a swing from Sabine, I think she's not going to stay on the field.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. That red 5 is set up beautifully right now with the on attack ability. Sabine could be defeated. So we'll see what Josh has in response. And it looks like it's just attack with Sabine before it's too late, getting the first damage on Eric's base of this game 1 in round 6.
Red 5 could throw 3 more damage onto that base while also using the on attack ability to defeat Sabine Explosives Artist, potentially a valuable play. And it looks like that's what Eric's going to do.
Great value from red 5 early in this game for Eric. That on attack ability has triggered a couple times already. We do see Josh making that first move with the leader deployment, Quinlan coming out, and Eric is going to follow suit, deploying Quinlan as well. So both leader units deployed. Now, what does Josh have here in response? And it looks like it's going to be force throw. So the first force throw of this game 1 being played.
Yeah, we did see that one discarded to Ahsoka Tano on Eric's side, but this is the first one actually being played for its effect. And it looks like I think Josh has targeted Eric, and he was just adding the 1 damage to his base from Adiglia. 3 damage looks like it's going to be a red, going to be another red 5, and now Eric force throws
Oh,
Josh right
wow.
back.
How about this back and forth force throws? And I'm not surprised at all to see this. We are going to see quite a bit of force throws in this match. You know good and well there's got to be 6 force throws between these two decks. It is going to be another copy of Sabine discarded for Josh. So that will be 2 damage to Quinlan. And now Quinlan is going to get in for some damage, putting Eric's base up to 6. But Eric is going to continue to push his advantage. He still has the lead. Another 3 damage to Josh's base. 13 damage on here. Josh will hold the initiative, but right now Eric has the advantage in the race and on board.
That's going to be a big force throw.
That is great. Back-to-back turns. Force throw for Josh. What does Eric discard here? Oh, look at this. It was Depa Balaba. So that is 6 damage onto Eric's Quinlan. But red 5 just continuing to get that value. Another 3 damage to Josh's base. On attack trigger, 2 damage to Josh's Quinlan leader unit. And now we are going to see Plo Koon. Look at this. This is a great play. Plo Koon is going to ambush and defeat. It looks like the Quinlan leader unit. And then Josh's Quinlan leader, the triggered ability, 1 damage to red 5. Red 5 defeated as well. Strong play to clean up Eric's board.
Yeah, absolutely. Josh is far behind on when it comes to damage on base, but he's starting to get a bit of board control here.
Yeah, Josh.
Did Eric run out of cards? Did we see, was that Depa Balaba the only card in Eric's hand, the one that was discarded by that force throw?
You know, I think you may be right. That was such a timely force throw for Josh. Now we do see L337 smuggled in here, but a very strong momentum swinging turn for Josh. Now the one thing that Josh has to keep in mind is he is at 19 damage on base. So that L337 shielded up right now could certainly push through with a pump. Now we are going to see Josh playing the Gorilla Soldier. So 3 indirect damage going to Eric's side.
Looks like all of that going to the base. That is going to ready.
Yeah, it's such a strong
Quinlan-
play, readying the soldier. Look at this. There's the surprise strike. 5 damage to Josh's base. That's 24, just 1 HP remaining.
Yeah, does Eric have some other unit here? If so, he's in a pretty comfortable spot. If not, Josh may just manage to stabilize.
Yeah, Josh still has Quinlan Voss leader unit ready, if nothing else, and that Quinlan could take out the L337 or the L337. We saw the shield token removed, but it looks like Josh has just claimed the initiative here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Eric passed or what exactly. Initiative taken by Josh. The Gorilla Soldier could now trade with L3.
Oh, he's got a daring raid instead, so he's going to keep both of those units, L3, off the table.
Okay.
And we do see Eric being able to put another unit in the ground arena. This time it's Kira.
Okay.
Now Josh responding to Kira here with Cassian being smuggled in. Cassian readies, and back-to-back turns, Eric will smuggle L337 in. So now the pressure is on. Eric has 2 threats on the board. Josh has to deal with both of these or find a way to win, or this game is over. And that's going to do it.
And he can't
doesn't
do it.
have a way to take out both. Yeah, game 1 of the books. Eric taking the early lead.
Josh could have had, he could have cleared the Kira with an attack from Cassian plus an attack from one of his other units, but it looks like he didn't have any way to remove the shield from L3 and deal enough damage while also clearing Kira. So at least one of those units was going to live and get a chance to swing into the base to close things out. Josh did take the initiative in the hopes of potentially drawing some out, although I'm not sure what it would have been. Didn't find it, and we're on to game 2.
Yeah, strong start for Eric. And, you know, it really, I think a lot of that game boiled down to Red 5. Eric was able to get Red 5 down on turn 2, and it created so much value. It allowed Eric to deal efficiently with the Ahsoka, and then also that Sabine explosives artist. So I think Red 5 went a long way and gave Eric some big tempo in game 1.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Josh. You were talking about how Red 5's ability to deal 2 damage to a damaged unit on attack synergizes very much with Quinlan's ping, and I think we really saw that in play.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And of course, these Quinlan decks, the attack pumps, super important. We saw Eric find that surprise strike to get that extra bit of damage needed with the L337 to put himself in a spot to close out the game. Now, here in game 2, Josh is going to have Eric start with the initiative. And I think, you know, starting with the initiative, if you play the first unit, it can really kind of put you back a little bit because you give the opponent, or you give your opponent, the ability to use that Quinlan ping on you on turn 1 and potentially clear out that turn 1 play if it's not an L3. So, you know, this is one of those interesting matchups where you're playing one of these ping Tarkin Town decks and going first, having the initiative. You really have to think about that opening play so that you don't fall behind super quickly.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. I'm a little curious about what the strongest cards in this mirror are, but I think that Red 5 was certainly a standout in the first game. One card that I think can potentially be very strong for Quinlan, allowing him to clear units that would otherwise maybe not always be cleared, is the X34 Landspeeder, the 2-cost 2/3 ambush. It notably can kill those 2/2 shielded units when you're playing it in a Quinlan deck, because you can use the Quinlan ping to remove the shield and then a swing for 2. Would have been very useful for Josh against those L3s.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think we saw all 3 copies of L3 from Eric that game, actually, because he had one in the opening and then 2 others via smuggle.
Yeah, that is a really good point. He did. He opened with it, smuggled 2 later in the game, and turns out the droid helped him get across the finish line. And it looks like we were just going to see that opening turn with a pass claim So we are going to start with the first play of game 2 for Josh having the initiative. Gorilla Soldier, 3 indirect damage to Eric's base. It readies. Now we do see the red 5 once again, back-to-back games on turn 2 for Eric. Quinlan triggered ability, 1 damage to the Gorilla Soldier, but Josh does have a pretty aggressive start here with 5 quick damage onto Eric's Tarkin Town.
Yeah, and there's some big value from red 5.
Yeah, once again, red 5, that on-attack ability just so good, taking out the Gorilla Soldier. But we do see Josh playing Millennium Falcon, the OG Spark of Rebellion Millennium Falcon. Quinlan triggered ability, 1 damage to red 5. And then Eric responds with another 3 cost units. The Liberated Slaves, that's just a vanilla 3/5, but we see that Quinlan triggered ability damaging the Falcon as well here. So both of these space units in jeopardy here with the epic action on Tarkin Town.
Yeah, both Tarkin Towns used very quickly there.
There we go. Yeah, neither player wanting those space units to stick around. Red 5 and Millennium Falcon both disposed of with Tarkin Town. So moving on, turn 4, the turn now where both players can deploy Quinlan. Eric has the initiative, the only unit on board, the Liberated Slaves. And we are going to see 3 quick damage to Josh's base.
Yeah, now some of the viewers are pointing out that the base had a probably incorrect 2 damage on. I believe it should have been 3 from the red 5. So now wait a minute here. There should be 6 total, I think. There were 2 3 damage swings. So at first there
Right,
was too
yes.
little and now there's too much. I think they're
Right.
fixing it.
Yeah, they are. He just added 3 because he's like, red 3 hit for 3, but yeah, it was just
Yeah, there
1
we go.
extra damage. Yep, we got it right.
Okay. So right now Eric has a more heavily damaged base, but also has those liberated slaves on the field. Josh has a better position in the race, but doesn't have a developed board. And we'll have to see who ends up with the advantage here.
Now, Adi Galea coming out for Josh. No Quinlan triggered ability here, has to cost the same. So Adi Galea costs 2, not able to trigger that Quinlan ability here. Now we see Kira coming out for Eric. Taking a look at Josh's hand, we see Force Throw, Sabine, Spark of Rebellion, and Han Solo, Reluctant Hero. So
Yeah,
really
that's a kind of
curious.
nasty hand.
Yeah, I'm curious what the call is going to be here. Of course, we've got a couple hand hate cards here. Force Throw and Spark can target Eric's hand. We do see Josh deploying the Quinlan leader unit. And once again, just as in the first game, Eric quickly follows up with his own Quinlan leader unit. And here is the Hotshot DL-44 blaster smuggled in on Quinlan, attacking with 5 total power. Kira defeated. Strong play for Josh.
Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking that might be what would line up well there. Whatever Kira did name, it is no longer going to be more expensive. Kira's off the board, and Josh's Quinlan keeps that power boost from the Hotshot Blaster. So Josh now arguably with a stronger board as well as more damage on base, but Eric still has some potential actions here.
So Eric is just going to trade damage with Quinlan. Quinlan into Quinlan, and look at this. Eric has Daring Raid to deal the last damage needed to defeat Josh's Quinlan leader unit. Strong play, and Eric able to clean up the board a little bit. That 5 power Quinlan, certainly a threat. Now Josh does
Now,
retain the initiative here.
Josh, did you see whether or not they did the 1 damage to Eric's base from Eddie Galea there?
I totally missed if they did that. I gotta be honest.
Okay.
Chat will probably help us out. If they
Yeah,
saw it, I'm
that's
sure.
fair.
So Adi
Yeah,
Galea,
'cause there was a
quick.
Daring Raid was played there against the opposing Quinlan. That should be 1 damage to base from Adigalia's ability. Um, and then this turn at the start, Adigalia is going to defeat Eric's Quinlan. And now another Kira.
Wow, look at that. Back-to-back turns. Kira for Eric. Once again, trying to kind of impede Josh's game plan here. We see Waylay is the additional card in hand that we didn't see last turn. And we are getting report from
And
chat that he did add that 1 damage from the Adi Galea trigger.
excellent.
So yeah,
All
Adi
right.
Galea,
So
whenever...
now, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say Adi Galea, just in case some of the viewers didn't know, whenever you play an event, you have to deal 1 damage to your base. That's what Adi Galea does. So that's why 1 additional damage was dealt to Eric's base. Now we do see Spark of Rebellion taking out the Han Solo from Eric's hand. Look at that.
Yeah. Eric's getting more board control, though. Liberated Slaves defeating Adi. Now we have, I think, 4 resources left for Josh. It's going to be Smuggled L3.
Yeah, look at this. Eric is trying to turn this board around a little bit. He follows up with his own 2-cost unit in the Sabine Explosives Artist. But I do think it was important for Josh to discard Eric's Han Solo. We know that Han Solo can be very important here, especially if you can stick yours on the board and your opponent doesn't have their own Han Solo reluctant hero to play, because they both answer each other perfectly.
Yeah, now L3 here is actually in a relatively exposed position because Sabine can attack, use her on attack ability to ping off the shield, and then defeat L3 with the 2 damage. Um,
Yeah, that is a really good point. Now we do see the Han Solo reluctant hero for Josh coming in, ambushing and defeating Kira, not taking any damage back. And as you mentioned, Sabine has a clear path to take out the L337 with that on attack ability. And look at this, it's Depa Balaba for Eric coming in, ambushing and defeating the Han Solo reluctant hero. And now we go to another turn. Josh's board has been cleared. Eric, once again, has control of this board.
yeah, now both of Eric's units remaining on this board only have 1 HP. So they are going
Yeah.
to be highly vulnerable to Daring Raid, Force Throw, even just Quinlan's Ping, if Josh can match the costs here. But that's not that is by no means guaranteed. Let's see if he can do it.
Yeah, that's right. If he had a 2-cost unit or a 6-cost unit, he could ping off Depa or Sabine. What is the first play for Josh? It is going to be Plo Koon. Not going to trigger that Quinlan ability, but he does ambush and defeat the Sabine Explosives Artist.
And that does also mean he has a Force unit on the board. So if Eric doesn't clear Plo Koon, Josh could fire off that Force Throw.
Oh, but look at that. Eric has his own Plo Koon, ambushing and defeating with the Quinlan trigger ability. There was 4 HP left on Josh's Plo Koon, but the Quinlan ping plus the 3 power from Eric's Plo Koon able to take out Josh's, and that is another strong play. We do see Josh following up with Sabine, another 2-cost unit for Eric as well, Adi Galea, but Eric now has 3 units on the board. That coordinate turned on for Plo Koon. He can attack for 6. Eric is back in control here in game 2.
Now, it is worth noting that with that on attack ability from Sabine to do that damage before combat, I believe Sabine could clear Depa Balaba there, not taking any damage in return, and disabling the coordinate on Plo Koon, at least for the moment. And there we go. It's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, very strong play, taking the large threat off the board that, at least for the moment, turns off Plo Koon's coordinate. So Plo Koon can just attack for 3 at the moment until Eric gets another unit on the board. And now Eric is just going to put some pressure on Josh's base. 11 damage on Josh's base. Or excuse me, 13 damage on Josh's base. 9 damage on Eric's base. We do see Cassian smuggled in. He will ready. That could be a strong answer to that Plo Koon. Plo Koon on Eric's side only has 3 HP remaining. Cassian Andor readied a 3-5 in the ground arena for Josh. So Eric is going to be aggressive. Another 3 damage to Josh's base. 16 damage on. And here comes the attack into Plo Koon. Plo Koon unit defeated.
Yeah, I know. Eric still has a lot of resources, though.
Yes, he does, and he plays the classic, the powerful Red 5 Quinlan triggered ability. Another damage to Cassian, but look at this. It's Millennium Falcon once again in this game to follow up the Red 5, and that allows Josh to use his own Quinlan triggered ability. 1 damage to Red 5. But here comes Ahsoka for Eric, forcing Josh to discard a card. It is going to be Force Throw, but now this time Josh with the ready Millennium Falcon. Of course, that Millennium Falcon piece of junk, it enters play ready, attacking and defeating Red 5.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic here. Josh has been holding on to that force throw all game, I think, but he hasn't been able to make a force unit stick to actually get value out of it. So it's created an awkward situation.
Now look at this, a strong play for Eric. He smuggles Cassian into play. It readies. Quinlan triggered ability, 1 damage to Josh's Cassian Andor unit, and that is enough to defeat Cassian. So Eric, once again, another strong tempo play here.
Josh is in trouble now. He only has 9 HP left on his base. Eric is very close to having lethal. A single trick would put him at lethal if Josh can't find some sort of answer.
Now we do see the hot shot blaster smuggled in onto the Sabine unit, and it looks like it is all to base here. So that is a total of 5 damage to base. The on attack ability is 1 and 4 total power on Sabine with the hot shot DL44 blaster. And it looks like Eric is just going to play some board control here, cleaning up Sabine with Ahsoka.
Yeah, I think Josh's Sabine hotshot play there was threatening lethal in one action at the start of the turn if combined with a surprise strike, and Eric
Yeah.
didn't want to take that risk, so he slows the race down a little bit to get that threat off the board.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point, Tower. So we do see Millennium Falcon getting in for 3, 17 damage on Eric's base. Adi Galea getting in for 2. It's 18 damage on Josh's base. What a tight race. We do see Red 3, or excuse me, not Red 3, Green Squadron A-Wing coming in for Josh into the space arena. And look at that, it's a hot shot blaster. Another smuggle play for Eric on this turn. 5 more damage to base. 23 damage on. Josh can't stop it. There's the handshake. Eric with a clean 2-0 win here in round 6.
Well played to Eric. It looks like he was pointing out the fact that he has the uh, double cunning card, cunning, the double aspect event that might have been able to get him out of the scrape that he was in if he could play it and get the double exhaust and bounce, but he didn't find it there. Eric got the win. Very interesting because this one started off with Josh being the aggressor, but Eric was able to get that board control and turn things around.
Yeah, absolutely. Eric had what he needed. And I think someone in chat not too long ago had mentioned, that a Depa Balaba for Josh would have been huge, right? Now, we did see Eric find Depa, and Depa really played a strong role there. These big ambush units, so important in this matchup, right? The Plo Koon, the Depa Balaba, and the Han Solo. So, yeah, good, timely ambush units for Eric, as well as just, being able to it felt like he was constantly in a good position in terms of the damage that he was able to distribute on Josh's units, and it just set it up so perfectly for these ambush units like Plo Koon, even when he didn't have coordinate, to take out these threats and just shift the momentum for Eric.
Yeah, it was an interesting match, but definitely one where we saw a lot of Quinlan pings, a lot of
Yeah.
ambushes, a lot of potential value from cards like Red 5. Very interesting scenario there.
And what's to me about that matchup now, or about that match, and correct me if I'm wrong, did Eric play? He played one force throw, I believe. throughout the
Yeah, I
because he
think in
discarded
I
one
think
and then he
in
played one.
yeah, I think in game one he discarded a force throw to avoid having to exhaust a unit with Ahsoka, I believe. And then
Yes.
he played one force throw. I don't think he had one in game two. And ironically, I think the we did see that one in game two that got held for a long time and then ultimately
Yeah.
discarded.
Yeah, no, so I guess what was just interesting to me is, force throw really didn't play a huge role in that match. Eric was able to take the clean 2-0 win, and again, force throw really not a big part of that equation. But it's one of those deals, especially when it's a force throw versus force throw matchup. A lot of times, right? If you're not drawing your force throws and your opponent does, and some of their units are lining up correctly, it can be very tough to overcome.
Yeah, I think force throw is certainly a very strong card. But there are I think in that second game we saw the force unit requirement for force throw to actually deal damage really being a problem because
Yeah,
Eric was able to keep his opponent's board clear of force units and prevent that force throw from going off. And ultimately, I think his opponent not having any force units was like, the best use of this is to discard it to Ahsoka.
right. Yeah, excellent point. Or, you do have that potential where, you know, you see this line a lot where you have to end up discarding that force throw when your opponent plays the force throw, right? And that way, you're only having to put one damage on your unit. Generally, your unit survives. So, yeah, I think it was essentially being held, and it was a good piece, a good target for discard there for Josh. But yeah, super clean match for Eric. Things just really seemed to line up well. He made the right plays, and yeah, he's got a win here and on to 5-1. So getting super close to locking up a spot in the top cut.
Yeah, absolutely, Josh. And I think we are going to take a quick break here as we prepare for the seventh and final round of Swiss. Still about 20 minutes left in the round, plus whatever time it will take people to finish up those last few games. I am Tower number 9, joined here by Josh Snyder from Next Gen Gaming SC. And we will see you guys soon with the next bit of the McClunky Gaming coverage of the Tabletop Gaming Center PQ here in Connecticut.